got the invitation, you got the right address. You need some medication, the answer's always yes. A little chance encounter could be the one you've waited for. Just squeeze a bit more. Someone in the crowd could be the one you need to know, the one to finally lift you off the ground. Someone in the crowd could take you where you want to go, if you're the someone ready to be found. The someone, that someone in the
상상해보세요. 당신이 그리는 내일은 어떤 모습인가요? 그 꿈같은 풍경이 지금 마법처럼 펼쳐질지도 모릅니다. 경남 판타지, 그 이야기를 시작합니다. 아름다운 섬을 품은 남해 바다, 신비로운 기운을 머금은 지리산의 숲길, 2000년을 지나온 가야의 깊은 숨결까지 역사와 문화가 살아 숨쉬는 이곳에서 머무는 것만으로 특별한 경험이 됩니다. 해안을 따라 수놓아진 크고 작은 섬들, 모두의 발길이 닿을 수 있도록, 모두의 눈에 담길 수 있도록, 머무는 모든 순간이 특별한 기억이 되는 곳, 바다가 곧 미래가 되는 경남은 동북아 해양관광의 중심지입니다. 대한민국 제조업의 메카 경남에서 AI 혁신의 바람이 붑니다. 경남의 제조업은 이제 AI로 도약하며 첨단 제조의 새로운 시대를 열어갑니다. 자율과 혁신을 통해 한계를 넘어 더 큰 가능성에 도전합니다. 인재와 기술, 인프라가 어우러진 활기찬 경제. 경남은 내일의 성장을 향해 나아가고 있습니다. 도로와 철도, 바다와 하늘길을 넘나들며 도내 전역과 수도권이 더 빠르게 연결됩니다. 초광역 교통망으로 경남의 생활권은 더 넓게 펼쳐집니다. 누구도 소외되지 않도록, 누구도 꿈을 잃지 않도록 모든 순간을 따뜻한 손길로 보살피며 함께 걸어가는 세상. 복지, 동행, 희망으로 경남의 내일을 채워갑니다. 청년의 가능성을 믿고 그 열정이 현실이 되는 곳. 오늘의 도전으로 내일을 그려나갑니다. 경남은 청년이 배우고 성장할 수 있는 길을 넓혀갑니다. 지구를 넘어 무한한 가능성 속으로 경남의 또 다른 도약이 시작됩니다. 항공기 연구개발과 첨단제조 인프라를 바탕으로 경남은 대한민국 우주항공 산업의 심장이 되어 우주시대를 향해 힘차게 나아갑니다. 자연과 문화, 사람과 기술, 미래와 우주. 우리의 상상들이 음표가 되고 하나의 선율이 되어 아름답게 울려 퍼집니다. 일상의 특별함을 더해 관광의 지평을 넓히고 AI 혁신을 통해 산업의 경계를 넘어섭니다. 모두 함께 행복을 누리는 따뜻한 공동체를 만들고 끝없이 펼쳐진 우주를 향해 꿈을 쏘아 올리는 것. 이 모든 것이 경남의 판타지입니다. 상상이 현실이 되고 꿈이 일상이 되는 곳. 이곳 경남에서 당신의 내일은 눈부신 가능성으로 피어납니다. 그 가능성 위에 당신과 함께 펼쳐갈 경남 판타지.
Got the invitation, you got the right address. You need some medication, the answer's always yes. A little chance encounter could be the one you've waited for. Just squeeze a bit more. Someone in the crowd could be the one you need to know. The one to finally lift you off the ground. Someone in the crowd could take you where you wanna go. If you're the someone ready to be found.
상상해보세요. 당신이 그리는 내일은 어떤 모습인가요? 그 꿈같은 풍경이 지금 마법처럼 펼쳐질지도 모릅니다. 경남 판타지, 그 이야기를 시작합니다. 아름다운 섬을 품은 남해 바다, 신비로운 기운을 머금은 지리산의 숲길, 2000년을 지나온 가야의 깊은 숨결까지 역사와 문화가 살아 숨쉬는 이곳에서 머무는 것만으로 특별한 경험이 됩니다. 해안을 따라 수놓아진 크고 작은 섬들, 모두의 발길이 닿을 수 있도록, 모두의 눈에 담길 수 있도록, 머무는 모든 순간이 특별한 기억이 되는 곳, 바다가 곧 미래가 되는 경남은 동북아 해양 관광의 중심지입니다. 대한민국 제조업의 메카 경남에서 AI 혁신의 바람이 붑니다. 경남의 제조업은 이제 AI로 도약하며 첨단 제조의 새로운 시대를 열어갑니다. 자율과 혁신을 통해 한계를 넘어 더 큰 가능성에 도전합니다. 인재와 기술, 인프라가 어우러진 활기찬 경제. 경남은 내일의 성장을 향해 나아가고 있습니다. 도로와 철도, 바다와 하늘길을 넘나들며 도내 전역과 수도권이 더 빠르게 연결됩니다. 초광역 교통망으로 경남의 생활권은 더 넓게 펼쳐집니다. 누구도 소외되지 않도록, 누구도 꿈을 잃지 않도록 모든 순간을 따뜻한 손길로 보살피며 함께 걸어가는 세상. 복지, 동행, 희망으로 경남의 내일을 채워갑니다. 청년의 가능성을 믿고 그 열정이 현실이 되는 곳. 오늘의 도전으로 내일을 그려나갑니다. 경남은 청년이 배우고 성장할 수 있는 길을 넓혀갑니다. 지구를 넘어 무한한 가능성 속으로 경남의 또 다른 도약이 시작됩니다. 항공기
다음 번호 213번 213번 있어요? 이야! 213번 축하드립니다. 진짜 거의 2개씩 뽑아요. 이제 저도 당첨되고 싶습니다. 다음 번호 371번 축하드립니다. 371번 371번이세요? 맞아요? 우리 부채 되신 분? 맞아요? 맞아요? 이야! 축하드립니다. 번호 확인 한 번만 도와드릴게요. 371번. 자, 이거랑 하나 더 있어요. 2개예요. 2개. 감사합니다. 2분이서 오신 것 같은데 너무 축하드립니다. 네, 우리 다음은 우와! 3개 뽑는 거예요? 우와! 알로에 선풍기 물병 무려 3개를 뽑는다라고 합니다, 여러분들. 이야. 근데 반응이 별로 안 좋으시네요. 여러분들 3개를 뽑는다라고 합니다. 이야! 자, 다음 번호 축하드립니다. 4번. 한 자리입니다. 4번. 4번이세요? 아, 4번 축하드립니다. 헤이. 헤이. 아, 다른 거 당첨되고 싶으신 게 있으셨나 봐요. 자, 번호 확인 한 번만 도와드리겠습니다. 4번 축하드립니다. 우리 3개 안에 가방 안에 2개가 있어요. 함께 받아주시고요. 우리 다음은 표고버섯과 물통. 아까 표고버섯이 반응이 좀 좋았거든요. 표고버섯과 물통 한번 뽑아보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 다음 번호 축하드립니다. 35번입니다. 35번. 35번. 마지막 호명하겠습니다. 35번. 35번이세요? 이야! 우리 함께 오신 이름분도 당첨되신 것 같은데 너무 축하드립니다. 물통에 표고버섯까지 번호 확인 한번 같이 도와주시면 감사하겠습니다. 축하드립니다. 축하드립니다. 우와. 선풍기, 물병, 유자 푸딩까지 3개 한번 뽑아보도록 하겠습니다. 아직 한 장 남은 거죠? 그럼 뽑아볼게요. 이번에는 50번입니다. 50번이세요? 이야! 두 번째 줄에 앉으신. 이야! 축하드립니다. 축하드립니다. 자, 총 3개거든요. 이거 한번 피님 부탁드릴게요. 번호 확인 한 번만 도와드릴게요.
감사합니다.
감사합니다. 축하드립니다. 자리로 계단 조심히 이동해 주시고요. 우리 다음은 헬멧 갈까요? 헬멧. 헬멧 바로 뽑겠습니다. 헬멧 축하드립니다. 24번. 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 마지막 호명하겠습니다. 24번. 넘어가겠습니다. 이제 하이바에 물병까지 추가됐어요. 자, 축하드립니다. 376번. 376번. 376번이신가요? 축하드립니다. 우리 또 안전을 위해서 대단히 힘써주시는 분이시거든요. 여러분 우리 따뜻한 박수 한번 보내주시면 대단히 감사하겠습니다. 감사합니다. 번호 확인 도와드릴게요. 저 주시면 돼요. 감사합니다. 자리로 조심히 이동을 해주시고요. 우리 다음은 알로에 선풍기 물병. 알로에 선풍기 물병 3개 바로 추첨을 해보도록 하겠습니다. 축하드립니다. 64번. 64번. 64번이세요? 천천히. 64번이세요. 우리 더운 날 선풍기, 알로에 물병 이렇게 3개로 세트로 선물 전해드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 우리 다음은 이렇게 2개인가요? 햇살긴 유자 기프트 세트와 물병 바로 뽑도록 하겠습니다. 자, 365번입니다. 365번. 축하드립니다. 우리 아까 이쪽에서 나왔던 것 같은데 여기가 반응이 좋군요. 365번 축하드립니다. 번호만 쳐주시면 돼요. 네, 조심히 이동해 주시고요. 와, 이번에 그냥 몰아드리겠습니다. 자전거, 헬멧, 가방, 물통. 이야! 여러분 박수와 함성 한번 보내주세요. 이야! 무려 4개. 와, 저거 다음엔 100 몇십만 원이거든요. 축하드립니다. 366번. 366번 진짜예요. 축하드립니다. 여러분 박수 한번 보내주세요. 번호 확인 한 번만 도와드리겠습니다. 축하드립니다. 366번. 오늘의 또 개막식에 함께 자리해 주셔서 진심으로 감사드리겠습니다. 자, 이어서 또 확인된 대로 바로 이어서 개막식까지 진행을 해보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 이후에도 경품 추첨하는 시간이 또 굉장히 많으니까요. 또 시상식 그리고 이어지는 코스별 개막식에도 여러분들 많은 관심 부탁을 드리겠습니다. 고맙습니다.
여러분 반갑습니다. 맑고 화창한 하늘 아래 대한민국 유일의 UCI 아시아 투어 뚜루드 경남 2026 개막식 사회를 맡은 저는 SBS 스포츠 아나운서 이재형,
박선영입니다. 그리고 수어통역에는 이수민 수어통역사님, 거제시 수어통역센터의 이수민님께서 함께 해주시겠습니다. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now officially beginning the grand opening ceremony. And good day, everyone. It is an absolute pleasure to meet you all. Welcome to the Tour de Gyeongnam 2026, the one and only UCI Asia tour event in Korea. We are your host for today's opening ceremony and announcers Lee Jae-hyung and Park Sun-young and Isumin sign language interpreter.
여러분 반갑습니다. UCI 2.2 클래스 국제 도로 사이클 대회 뚜루드 경남은 거제 지세포 선착장을 출발해서 통영, 사천, 남해를 거쳐 창원까지 이어지는 총 5개의 스테이지로 구성되어 있습니다. 19개국 23개의 참가팀 선수들이 총 530km를 완주하는 대장정을 시작하게 됩니다.
As a UCI 2.2 class international road cycling competition, this year's Tour de Gyeongnam features 5 exciting stages. Starting today here at Jisepo Pier in Geoje, the race will wind through 통영, Sacheon, and Namhae before reaching the final finish line in Changwon. Today marks the beginning of an epic 530-kilometer journey for our elite riders representing 19 world-class teams.
그럼 지금부터 뚜루드 경남 2026 개막식을 여러분의 뜨거운 박수와 환호로 시작하겠습니다.
Now with your loud cheers and a huge round of applause, let's officially kick off the Tour de Gyeongnam 2026.
자, 먼저 오늘 이 자리를 빛내주신 네 외빈 여러분을 소개해드리겠습니다. 이름이 호명되시는 네 분께서는 잠시 자리에서 일어나 관객 여러분께 인사를 부탁드리겠습니다.
First, we are deeply honored to introduce the distinguished guests who have joined us today to celebrate this special occasion. So, as your name is called, please kindly stand for a brief moment to greet our audience.
먼저 박일웅 경상남도 행정부지사님께서 자리를 빛내주셨습니다. 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
First, we'd like to welcome Mr. Park Il-eung, Vice Governor for Administrative Affairs of 경상남도. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a big round of applause.
다음은 변광용 거제시장님 함께해 주셨습니다. 박수 부탁드릴게요.
Next, we have Mr. Byung Kwang-yong, the Mayor of Geoje City.
이어서 박인 경상남도의회 부의장님 참석해 주셨습니다.
And we also have Mr. Park In, Vice Chairman of the 경상남도 Provincial Council.
그리고 김순택 경상남도의회 의원님 자리해 주셨습니다.
We welcome Mr. Kim Sun-taek, member of the 경상남도 Provincial Council.
네, 신금자 거제시 의회 의장님 참석해 주셨습니다.
Please welcome 신금자, Chairperson of the Geoje City Council.
자, 이어서 박정현 경상남도 체육회 사무처장님 참석해 주셨습니다.
And now please welcome Park Jong-hyun, Secretary General of the 경상남도 Sports Council.
네, 그리고 김한중 거제시 체육회 회장님 함께해 주셨습니다.
And please welcome Kim Hwan-jung, President of the Geoje Sports Council.
네, 이어서 이정률 거제 소방서장님 함께해 주셨습니다.
We are also joined by Lee Jong-yul, Chief of the Geoje Fire Station.
임재문 BNK 경남은행 부회장님 참석해 주셨습니다.
Please welcome Im Jae-mun, Senior Executive Vice President of BNK Gyeongnam-bank.
네, 이어서 김영수 대한사이클연맹 수석 부회장님 함께해 주셨습니다.
Please welcome Kim Myung-soo, Senior Vice President of Korea Cycling Federation.
박장근 거제대학교 총장님 자리해 주셨습니다.
Please welcome Park Jang-geun, President of Geoje University.
김재훈 MBS 코퍼레이션 대표님 참석해 주셨습니다.
Please welcome Kim Jae-hyun, CEO of MBS Corporation.
계속 이어갑니다. 권경화 농협은행 거제시 지부장님 자리해 주셨습니다.
Please welcome Kwon Kyung-hwa, Branch Manager of NH농협bank Geoje Branch.
지영배 거제 해양관광개발공사 사장님 함께해 주셨습니다.
Please welcome Gyeongbae, the CEO of the Geoje Marine Tourism Development Corporation.
서부자 거제시 자원봉사단체협의회 회장님 참석해 주셨습니다.
Please welcome 서부자, President of the Geoje Council of Volunteer Organizations.
황진아 거제시 사회복지협의회 회장님 함께하셨습니다.
Please welcome Hwang Jin-ha, President of Geoje Council on Social Welfare.
마지막으로 재종원 BNK 경남은행 거제금융센터장님 함께해 주셨습니다.
And last but not least, please welcome Jae-jong-won, General Manager of BNK Gyeongnam Geoje Financial Center.
내빈 여러분께 다시 한번 여러분 뜨거운 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
Please give another big round of applause to all of our distinguished guests.
자, 이외에도 오늘 이 자리를 함께해 주신 모든 참석자 여러분께 진심으로 감사의 말씀을 전해드립니다.
We would also like to express our sincere gratitude to everyone else who has joined us here today.
다음은 개회사가 있겠습니다. 개회사는 경상남도 박일웅 행정부지사님께서 해 주시겠습니다. 무대 위로 모시겠습니다.
Next, we will have the official opening address. The opening address will be delivered by Mr. Park Il-won, Vice Governor for Administrative Affairs of 경상남도.
여러분의 큰 박수로 맞아주시기 바라겠습니다.
여러분 반갑습니다. 경상남도 행정부지사 박유룡입니다.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Park Il-won, Vice Governor for Administrative Affairs of 경상남도.
오늘 우리는 이곳 거제지세포에서 푸른 남해안의 바다와 바람을 무대로 펼쳐지는 뚜루드 경남 2016의 힘찬 출발을 함께하고 있습니다.
Today, here in Gisepo Geoje, we are together celebrating the powerful start of the Tour de Gyeongnam 2026, set against the beautiful backdrop of the blue sea and fresh breeze of the southern coast.
먼저 이번 대회가 안전하고 품격 있게 치러질 수 있도록 힘을 모아주신 시군 관계자, 경찰, 소방, 사이클 연명, 그리고 자원봉사자 여러분께 깊이 감사드립니다.
First and foremost, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to the local governments, police, fire departments, the Cycling Federation, and all the volunteers who have dedicated their efforts to ensure a safe and prestigious event.
올해 뚜루드 경남은 이순신 장군의 첫 성전지인 옥포해전의 거제를 시작으로 한산대첩의 통영, 사천해전의 사천, 노랑해전의 남해, 그리고 합해해전의 창원까지 이어집니다.
This year, Tour de Gyeongnam begins here in Geoje, the site of Admiral Lee Sun-sin's first naval victory at the Battle of Okpo. The route will then continue through Tongyang of the Battle of Hansan, Sachon of the Battle of Sachon, Namhae of the Battle of Noryang, and finally to Changwon of the Battle of Hapo.
선수들의 힘찬 질주가 이어질 경남의 성전길은 이제 세계적인 스포츠 무대로 기억될 것입니다.
This historic trail of victories in Gyeongnam, where our riders will passionately race, will now be remembered as a world-class sporting stage.
아름다운 남해안을 배경으로 펼쳐질 선수 여러분의 위대한 도전을 응원하며 모든 순간이 안전하고 깊은 감동으로 채워지기를 기대합니다.
As you race against the breathtaking backdrop of the southern coast, I deeply support the great challenges of all our riders, and I hope every single moment will be safe and filled with profound inspiration.
도민과 관람객 여러분들께서도 아낌없는 박수와 뜨거운 응원으로 대회를 빛내주시기 바랍니다.
I also invite all our residents and spectators to brighten this event with your unwavering applause and passionate cheers.
이순신 장군의 성전의 바다에서 시작되는 위대한 레이스 뚜루드 경남 2026의 개막을 축하합니다. 감사합니다.
It is my great honor to officially declare the opening of Tour de Gyeongnam 2026, a grand race beginning on the very seas of Admiral Lee Sun-sin's victory. Thank you very much.
네, 박일웅 행정부지사님의 좋은 말씀 감사합니다. 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
Thank you very much, Vice Governor, for those inspiring words.
네, 다음은 환영사가 있겠습니다. 환영사는 거제시 변광용 시장님께서 해 주시겠습니다. 무대 위로 박수로 모시겠습니다.
Next, we will have the official welcome address, and the welcome address will be delivered by Mr. Byung Kwang-yong, the Mayor of Geoje City.
예, 여러분 반갑습니다. 오늘 볕이 조금 따갑네요. 여러분들 잘 아신 분은 잘 아시겠지만 이곳이 제가 볼 때는 대한민국에서 가장 아름다운 항구인 것 같아요. 국가어항으로 지정이 되어서 조성이 되고 있고 그리고 아시다시피 물향장이 이렇게 잘 조성이 되어서 많은 행사를 치르기에 아주 적합한 장소인 것 같습니다. 국가어항 지제포항을 찾아주신 모든 선수 여러분 그리고 관계 여러분께 환영한다는 말씀드리고 특히 거제 밖에서 오신 분들은 변함없이 우리 거제에 대한 관심, 애정 좀 부탁을 드리도록 하겠습니다. 사이클을 사랑하는 선수단 여러분 반갑습니다. 거제시장 변광용입니다.
Greetings to cycling riders. Welcome to Geoje, and I am Gyeongnam, the mayor of Geoje.
대한민국 남해안을 따라 펼쳐지는 여정의 시작점 거제를 찾으신 여러분을 진심으로 환영합니다.
A warm welcome to everyone visiting Geoje, the very starting point of this incredible journey along Korea's southern coast.
세계인이 함께하는 국제도로 사이클 대회 트루드 경남 2026의 개최를 축하드립니다.
Congratulations on the grand opening of the Tour de Gyeongnam 2026, a truly global international road cycling race.
이번 대회는 우리 거제를 시작으로 통영, 사천, 남해, 창원을 거치며 경남의 푸른 바다와 풍요로운 자연을 따라 달리게 됩니다.
Starting from Geoje, this race will take you through Tongyang, Sacheon, Namhae, and Changwon, running along Gyeongnam's beautiful blue seas and rich nature.
지나는 곳곳마다 페달링 너머로 불어오는 시원한 바람과 함께 남해안의 눈부신 바다와 절경이 주는 감동을 느껴보시길 바랍니다.
With every pedal stroke, I hope you truly enjoy the refreshing breeze, the dazzling southern sea, and the breathtaking scenery along the route.
좋은 추억을 가득 담아가시길 바라며 선수 여러분의 안전과 선전을 기원합니다. 감사합니다.
I wish you unforgettable memories, absolute safety, and the best of luck. Thank you very much.
네, 변광용 거제시장님의 환영사였습니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Mayor, for those warm welcoming message.
그리고 대회 준비를 위해 힘써 주신 거제시 관계자 여러분께도 감사의 말씀을 드리겠습니다. 다시 한번 큰 박수 여러분 부탁드리겠습니다.
We also extend our sincere appreciation to all the officials of Geoje City who worked tirelessly to prepare for this fantastic event.
다음은 축사 순서입니다. 아쉽게도 바쁘신 일정으로 인해 이 자리에 직접 참석은 못하셨지만 이번 대회에 큰 관심과 열정을 쏟아주신 경상남도 박완수 도지사님의 축사를 영상으로 보내주셨습니다.
Unfortunately, due to his schedule, the governor of Gyeongnam-do, Mr. Park Wan-soo, could not be here with us in person. However, sharing his deep passion and incredible support for this race, he has sent us a special video message. Let's take a look.
영상 함께 하시죠.
반갑습니다. 경상남도 지사 박완수입니다. 역사와 자연이 살아 숨쉬는 우리 경남에서 펼쳐지는 트루드 경남 2026을 매우 뜻깊게 생각합니다. 대회 준비에 애써주신 관계자 여러분께 깊은 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 아울러 우리 경남을 찾아주신 세계 각국의 선수단 여러분을 진심으로 환영합니다. 이번 대회에서 선수들이 달려갈 길에는 한반도의 위대한 성전 역사가 담겨 있습니다. 그 숭고한 길 위에서 스스로의 한계를 넘어서야 하기에 이번 대회가 갖는 의미는 더욱 특별하다고 생각합니다. 전 세계 선수들이 함께 달리고 도전하는 이 여정을 통해서 트루드 경남이 경남과 세계를 잇는 대표적인 국제 스포츠 축제로 힘차게 도약하기를 기대합니다. 다시 한번 트루드 경남 2026을 축하드리면서 선수단 여러분의 안전한 완주와 함께 하신 모든 분의 가정에 행복이 가득하시길 기원합니다. 대단히 감사합니다.
네, 대회의 성공적 개최를 위해 힘써주신 박완수 경남도지사님의 영상 축사였습니다.
Thank you, Governor Park Wan-soo, for your great support.
계속해서 경상남도 의회 박인 부의장님의 축사가 있겠습니다. 여러분 큰 박수로 맞이해 주시면 감사드리겠습니다.
Next, we will have the congratulatory remarks from Mr. Park In, Vice Chairman of the 경상남도 Provincial Council.
오늘 이 아름다운 거제 미항 지세포 터미널에서 이런 성대한 대회의 개막을 갖게 된 것을 상당히 기쁘게 생각합니다. 자전거와 함께 행복한 삶을 추구하시는 여러분을 만나게 되어 대단히 반갑습니다. 경상남도의 부의장 박인입니다.
It is a great pleasure to meet all of you. I am Park In, Vice Chairman of 경상남도 Provincial Council.
열정의 계절 여름의 길목에서 열리는 트루드 경남 개막을 축하드리며 뜻깊은 행사 준비에 수고하신 조직위원회 관계자 여러분께도 감사를 드립니다.
I would like to offer my warmest congratulations on the opening of the Tour de Gyeongnam, and I also extend my sincere gratitude to the members of the organizing committee.
아름답고 푸른 남해안의 절경에서 5일간 펼쳐지는 이번 대회는 스포츠와 자연이 하나 되는 멋진 시간이 될 것으로 기대합니다.
I fully expect this race to be a wonderful celebration where sports and nature truly become one.
지금 세계적으로 자전거 붐이 일고 있습니다. 환경과 에너지 위기에 대한 효과적인 대안으로 또 삶의 질을 높이는 편리한 수단으로 자전거의 가치가 새롭게 주목받고 있습니다.
Today we are witnessing a global cycling boom. The value of this bicycle is gaining fresh attention worldwide as an effective alternative to environmental and energy crisis.
이러한 시점에서 우리 경남이 탄소 중립 생활 실천을 선도하는 지역으로 자리매김하기 위한 방법 중에 하나가 바로 자전거 타기의 생활화입니다.
One of the key ways for Gyeongnam to establish itself as a leading region in carbon neutral living is to make cycling an integral part of our daily routines.
그러기 위해서는 자전거를 타기 좋은 환경을 만들어 가야 합니다. 앞으로 경남 곳곳을 실핏줄처럼 연결하는 명품 자전거길을 조성하는 등 인프라를 구축해 나간다면 우리나라를 대표하는 자전거 수도가 될 것으로 확신합니다.
To achieve this, we must create a bike-friendly environment. I am confident that if we continue to build top-tier infrastructure such as premium cycling paths that connect every corner of Gyeongnam like blood vessels, our province will surely become the premier cycling capital of Korea.
대회 기간 동안 안전에 특히 유의하시고 자전거 동호인들의 축제의 장이 되고 더 나아가 세계 최고의 자전거 대회로 발전할 수 있도록 대회 관계자 여러분들께서는 각별히 신경 써 주시기 바랍니다.
I kindly ask the event organizers to pay special attention to safety throughout the race, ensuring this becomes a joyful festival for all cycling enthusiasts.
평생 잊지 못할 행복하고 즐거운 레이스가 되기를 바랍니다. 감사합니다.
I wish everyone unforgettable, joyful, and happy race. Thank you very much.
네, 귀한 말씀 감사드리겠습니다. 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Vice Chairman, for sharing your valuable remarks.
자, 이번 행사를 축하하기 위해 이제 신금자 거제시의회 의장님께서 축하의 마음을 담아 말씀을 전해주시겠습니다. 무대로 모시겠습니다.
Now we will invite 신금자, Chairperson of Geoje City Council.
선수 여러분, 내 기빈 여러분 대단히 반갑습니다. 먼 곳까지 오시느라 애썼습니다. 저는 거제시 의회 의장 신금자라고 합니다.
Brothers and distinguished guests, welcome and thank you for traveling from afar. I am Shin Geum-ja, Chairperson of the Geoje City Council.
탁 트인 바다와 푸른 산이 어우러진 이 아름다운 거제에서 트루드 경남 2026년 개최를 진심으로 축하드립니다. 아울러 대회 준비를 위해 애써주신 모든 관계자 여러분께 감사의 말씀을 전합니다.
Congratulations on the Tour de Gyeongnam 2026 here in beautiful Geoje. My sincere thanks to all the organizers for making this event possible.
오늘 여러분이 달리는 길은 낙타의 등을 오르는 것처럼 결코 쉽지 않을 것입니다. 그러나 거제의 바람과 풍경 그리고 모두의 응원이 여러분의 페달에 힘이 될 것이라 간절히 바랍니다. 끝까지 안전하게 멋지게 완주하시길 기원합니다. 거제가 여러분을 항상 응원하고 있습니다.
I hope Geoje's refreshing breeze, scenic views, and everyone's cheers will power you pedals ride safely and finish it strong. Geoje is always rooting for you.
대단히 감사합니다.
Thank you very much.
신금자 거제시 의회 의장님 축사였습니다. 그리고 대회 성공을 위해 격려와 응원의 말씀을 전해주신 모든 내민 여러분께 진심으로 감사드리겠습니다.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
자, 뚜루드 경남 2016 개막 선언 순서가 이제 이어지겠습니다.
And now the moment we have all been waiting for. It's time for the official opening declaration of Tour de Gyeongnam 2026.
뚜루드 경남 2016 대회 성공 개최를 위해 각계각층의 경상남도 민들께서 함께 애써주셨습니다. 도민들과 함께 대회의 성공을 기원하는 의미를 담아 특별한 분들과 함께 대회의 개막을 선언하도록 하겠습니다. 여러분 큰 박수로 환영해 주시기 바라겠습니다.
To wish for a successful race alongside all our residents, we will declare the official opening of the tour with some very special guests, which is the residents.
지금 무대에 오른 분들은 도민을 대표해서 본인의 자리에서 묵묵히 경제 활동을 하고 계시는 소상공인, 평범한 주부, 자전거 동호인, 지역 예술인 등으로 구성되어 있습니다. 황찬우님, 정유리님, 류현철님, 김기수님, 반흥식님, 김혜란님입니다. 여러분 다시 한번 큰 박수로 환영해 주시죠.
Please welcome the residents on the stage.
그럼 지금부터 개막 선언을 시작하도록 하겠습니다.
And now we will proceed with the official opening declaration.
개막 선언은 황찬우, 정유리님께서 대표로 해 주시겠습니다.
The residents, 황찬우, 정유리, will represent the opening declaration.
지금부터 투르드 경남 2016 개막을 선언합니다.
드디어 투르드 경남 2016의 공식 개막이 선언됐습니다.
Tour de Gyeongnam 2026 is now officially open.
경남의 아름다운 바다와 산을 가로지르는 5개의 스테이지, 지금 이 순간부터 시작됩니다.
5 spectacular stages racing through the stunning seas and majestic mountains of Gyeongnam begin right at this very moment.
여러분 선수분들께 뜨거운 환호와 응원의 박수 보내주시면 감사드리겠습니다. 자, 이제 출발이 점점 가까워지고 있습니다.
We're getting closer to the start of the race.
행사에 참석하신 내빈 여러분께서는 시총 준비를 위해 무대 위로 이동해 주시면 감사드리겠습니다.
We kindly ask all of our honored guests to move to the stage for start ceremony.
힘차게 페달을 밟는 선수 여러분께 뜨거운 에너지를 전해주시기 위해 키움 치어리더 팀의 축하 공연이 이제 축하 공연 시간상 개막식 이후에 하도록 하겠습니다.
네, 지금 시간 10시 29분 지나고 있는데 10시 30분에 바로 출발할 수 있도록 축하 공연은 시상식 때 함께 하시겠습니다.
자, 오늘 맑은 날씨와 함께 아주 화창하거든요. 오늘 이 대회의 개막식 정말 딱 좋은 날씨인 것 같아요.
맞습니다. 네, 정말 선선합니다.
네. 자, 이제 많은 관계자분들이 준비가 거의 다 되신 것으로 보이는군요. 자, 이제 진짜 출발의 순간이 다가왔습니다. 내빈 여러분께서는 시총을 준비해 주시기 바라겠습니다.
Please get ready to give the official starting signals with your gong.
푸른 바다와 함께 숨쉬는 이곳 거제에서 도전과 열정 그리고 감동이 가득한 레이스가 지금 시작됩니다. 그럼 지금부터 카운트다운을 시작하겠습니다. 내빈 여러분들은 카운트다운에 맞춰 힘껏 징을 쳐주시면 되겠습니다. 힘찬 카운트다운과 함께 선수들이 출발하도록 하겠습니다.
Please count down together.
자, 영어로 시작하겠습니다. 5,
4, 3, 2, 1, start!
I'm the commentator for today.
Daniel and I have been living in Korea for a long time, and we're both former professional bike racers and actively involved in the cycling scene in Korea. So we're really looking forward to guiding everybody through this race today and for the next 4 days. So the riders are just kicking off here at Geoje Jisepo Port, and there's a 1.8K neutral zone, so they're not off and racing yet. They need to stay behind those cars that are leading them. In about a minute here, while they're doing this neutral rollout, we're going to show a highlight video from last year's Stage 1 to give everybody a bit of a preview of what the race will be like. And then once they get rolling, we'll join back in a minute.
We'll also show the map here in a few minutes, and you get to see the course profile. So.
All right, here is the course map.
So we're going to run over some rather large climbs, and right up to the beginning. In the middle of the course, you'll see we'll have a couple of laps of the southern portion of the Geoje Island. Each lap will have 2 climbs on it. One of the climbs will be done 3 times, and the second 2 times of those, the second and third time will be a KOM, points classification climb. It's a category 3 climb. And then after that second KOM climb, we'll run through the last portion of the final lap, and then shoot straight toward the city and finish off at the Temple Gardens.
And we are back to the start here. They're still rolling in the neutral zone. So for those of you who aren't familiar with professional cycling, we'll be running through some of the basics today and each day. So right now what they're doing is called a neutral rollout. So because they're in a crowded city, they don't want the riders racing right away for whatever reason. They have to stay behind this car that's leading them. You can see the chief referee is riding in it, and he's carrying a sign. The sign is red. It means they're not allowed to pass the car. They're not racing yet. When he turns that to green, it means they're off and going. They have a 1.8K neutral rollout, so that's a little over 1 mile.
In our races, usually they're running a motorcycle, and the riders like to get right up to the motorcycle tail. Oftentimes the motorcycles will have a little roller on the back just in case the tires touch.
Right.
So they don't crash or fall over. But in this case, they're using the car there.
But you can see the riders are really raring to go. They're getting right there next to the car,
Exactly.
but they don't want to pass it. If they pass the car, they'll that's breaking the rules. So they would have some sort of punishment. So that they're doing their best to stay as close as possible to that line, get a good spot at the front of the pack, so that when things get going, they can roll out.
I think being such an undulating course today, the riders are really going to be concerned for their GC favorites. Each of the teams are going to have to protect them pretty well. So I think you're going to see a lot of defensive strategies for some of the teams that maybe are either younger or newer.
Yes, definitely. So we are off and rolling here now. You can see the cars pulled away, and the riders are already starting to attack. So you'll notice, as Danny said, on this course, it's very hilly. So there's multiple long climbs and even more short climbs. If you take a look at the website, you can see the profile. But there's lots and lots of places for the riders to attack and get separation from this big pack that they're in right now.
I imagine we're going to see a lot of early flyers like this. It may not be that they can get such a huge gap right off the bat because of the defensive tactics of the teams that want to protect the GC riders, but we're going to see a lot of attacks because, yeah, as we were talking about, it's a lot of undulation. It's it's like this all over Geoje. It's like this all over the courses that we're going to be covering throughout this tour, actually. As you can imagine, from an island tour, that's what we're covering. So
Yes, so today's first stage of this 2026 tour to Gyeongnam is actually on an island called Geoje, Shi or Geoje-do. It is connected to the mainland by multiple bridges, but Korea as a country, and especially Gyeongnam, where the race is taking place, is very, very hilly. And the way they've built the roads along the coast is there's harbors that are flat, and then connecting them, the roads had to go over multiple hills and mountains. So all of the stages of this tour to Gyeongnam are going to be very hilly and difficult for the riders.
So we're getting a little separation here, but teams are still chasing. So
Yeah, looks like they're going over the top of this first little hill here already, though. So probably when they go to this downhill, it'll be easier for them to bunch back together because this big group, the pack in the back, will have more momentum.
right. Today we have 137 riders from 23 teams.
Yes, and multiple countries as well. There's a really good variety of international riders in this race this year.
Exactly.
Looks like there are 4 teams from Korea, and then the other 19 are from all around Asia and even other parts of the world as well.
Yeah, we have a team from Estonia here.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Cool.
Come to us from pretty far away. And a lot of these teams also consist of international riders, sometimes riders that have come from larger European teams in the past. We have 2 riders off the front here, taking advantage of this descent.
Yes, you can see they're doing what we like to call in cycling a breakaway. They're trying to get away from the main pack on their own, and to do this, they accelerated strongly over that climb, and they're going to try to work together, block the wind for each other, to get as far away from that pack as possible. Of course, it looks like they're getting chased pretty hard, so we'll see how long these guys are able to stay out.
With that, they've got to get seriously aerodynamic.
So we're seeing a great view of Geoje right now. You can tell from that drone shot we just had that we're here along the sea, and it's a very, very hilly and beautiful place for a race today. The riders are lucky as well. The weather this week looks really, really good. Right now in Geoje it's 24 degrees Celsius and slightly overcast, which is pretty much perfect weather for bicycle racing.
I think that's actually the high for today is 24.
So hopefully it's a little cooler.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's being the high, it's going to be a perfect race temperature for them. So it should be a really, really good day for them. They are lucky, like you said. Exactly. It can get pretty hot down in this region. Usually, from what I've seen, compared to the north, the south, 경상남do, is usually around 5 degrees warmer year-round. So
now we are going past a memorial site here. This region is famous for Admiral Lee Sun-shin. He was a famous Korean Navy admiral in the 1500s. And he built one of Korea's most famous innovations in the naval space. It was called the turtle ship. And he's credited with having defended Korea from multiple attacks from outside invaders of different countries. And he's really a national historic hero. So right now we're actually passing a tower that's along in the Lee Sun-shin pilgrimage walking trail. So people visit Geoje Island to walk the trail, learn more about him, and remember what he did for their country.
Yes, the whole southern region is actually has spots of memorial sites and structures that are dedicated to him. He's really, really a popular figure down in this region.
Yes, so the whole race this year is sort of has a theme of honoring Admiral Lee Sun-shin. So we'll hear in each day in the speeches from the local dignitaries about him and be passing various landmarks related to him as we go along here. So now the pack is all back together, slowing down a little bit, as you can see. Because it's slowing down, the riders are spreading all the way across the road. They want to be at the front, but ideally they still want to be behind a few riders so they can be getting the wind blocked.
Yeah, they should be coming up pretty shortly to some climbs here.
Yes, it looks like we got 110 kilometers left. And yes, the first climb is called Mangchi Pass, or in Korean, Mangchi Geoje, they call it. And so this will actually be a KOM later on. So the riders are getting to preview this climb one time. And then the next 2 times, there'll be King of the Mountains points on the line for the riders who reach the top first. Getting the view from the back of the peloton right now. You can see they're filming this with multiple motorcycles with cameras and with drones as well.
So this is actually, I think this is actually a major passage.
Yes, it is.
They're running up the first time of it. They're going to do it 3 times, as you said. And the second, third time will be for KOM points.
And so it doesn't look very steep actually from our images here, but this climb averages 7% for about 3 kilometers. Oh, and that's, 1.6, 1.8 miles or so. So it's not an easy climb.
Off the front here, we already have Gyeongnam.
This is one of the Korean riders representing the Seoul City Hall cycling team. You can see we just went past that KOM, King of the Mountain sign, indicating this is the official start. But this first time around is not a KOM point sprint. It's just they're just going over it. No points at the top.
Right. Min Kyung-ho actually won the Tour of Korea. He was first in GC in 2017, and most recently in 2026, the Tour of Luzon, he's won 3 stages.
Wow, so he is on good form, it looks like.
He is on good form. I did a race with him last year, actually. We did a time trial together down in Gyeongnam at the F1 circuit.
Oh, wow. How was that, trying to follow him around?
It was some of the most pain I've ever had in my life on a bike.
Yeah.
And he was just cruising.
So we also have a race radio here that I'm listening to as we go along, and for your information, there's already been 2 punctures in this race. So when a rider gets a puncture, they go back and then they have cars following the race, each team, that has spare bicycles, spare wheels, and there's also what's called a neutral service car that helps all the riders get back on track. So luckily, I think for most of the riders, they're not going too fast now. They'll go back, change their wheels, and they'll be able to catch up. You can see the rider raising his hand because they just said he has a rear wheel flat tire. He's raising his hand to show the referee what's happening. He'll tell. Pointing to his rear wheel, telling the team, look, I have a rear wheel flat, stop, give me a rear wheel so I can get back into the action.
And he'll jump into the vehicles when he's got it replaced.
Yes, so they're not technically supposed to be drafting the cars, but they do that a little bit to catch back up.
Yeah,
it's a bit of a gray area, I think, in the rules.
Exactly, I think it's overlooked for the most part, as long as they're not overly trying to take advantage of that. That and when they get feeds for what they call a sticky bottle. We'll get into that later.
Yeah. So wow, these guys are getting a little bit of a gap here, but you can see the peloton is still mostly together, keeping up a good pace, not giving them too much room.
Right.
But we'll see if these guys are able to keep this going over the top or not. They have a 15-second time gap from what we've heard.
Still in sight of the field there. As long as they can keep them in sight, I don't think the field's going to be too worried about this.
No. But you can see it's a nice steady climb. It's not really too steep, and it's nice and shaded, which is good for the riders. If they're out in the sun, it really makes it even more tiring for them. So looks like back here we got a third rider trying to come across to this group, and the pack trying to cling back to them as well. He's getting a little help here from his breakaway partner. They've gone about halfway up the climb now, so it's a pretty long one.
From what I can see, it's around 200 meters of climbing.
That's a pretty decent climb. So this Tour de Gyeongnam, this area is not necessarily famous for huge mountains like the Alps, but there are a lot of small climbs separating the villages that are along the sea.
Right. And yeah, it's definitely a very undulating course. Some people would describe it as a course that gives you a death by 1,000 cuts.
Ah, that's a
Well,
great expression.
we're going to see a lot of that during this tour, actually. Riders are going to be challenged over and over and over again. This one has a bit larger climbs than some of the other stages. Some of the other stages are more sharp, more sprint style, punchier, if you will, style climbs.
So now we've got, they were just showing us who the breakaway was. When we're doing these broadcasts, they have an official rule: the breakaway needs to have a certain amount of time before they officially say, okay, this is a breakaway. They send up a motorcycle to be with them, and they say that's an established gap.
I think it's about 30 seconds, right?
Yeah.
At least 30 seconds, they can start flowing in neutral service vehicles in there as well, or team vehicles.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it looks like there was a fourth rider just trying to come across to them.
Yeah. This is starting to look like a pretty solid breakaway, actually.
Yes, strong riders in there already. Young Ho and the others. So this is the back of our peloton. You can just see the guys here at the back are sort of cruising along because they have this huge group around them. They're almost getting sucked along. The riders in front break the wind, and it makes it a lot easier if you're in the middle of this group to ride.
Exactly. But you will notice if you do any racing like this, you'll notice that at the back of the pack, it can be a little bit difficult because there's kind of this elastic effect, or rubber band effect, if you will, where it's actually called a yo-yo effect, where riders in the middle, they accelerate, decelerate, and it's amplified at the rear of the pack. So the guys at the rear of the pack often have this kind of really harsh acceleration and stronger deceleration, which can really wear on you. So it's good to kind of flow with what they call the washing machine effect, kind of take yourself up the sides of the pack and then rest in the middle and slowly flow back, and then do that all over again.
Yes, that's a very good point. The ideal kind of spot is really to be in the middle or middle front of this pack so that you don't get that whiplash effect that you're talking about, Danny. So we just went past the 500 meters to the top sign. Now we're coming up on 300 meters. So the riders are nearly finished with this climb. There'll be a long downhill, and then there'll be a lot more rollers before the next long, steep climbs.
Remember, this isn't the KOM yet. We're going to have that in the second and third laps.
Yep.
So this is we're just showing how much distance we have left to go into the top of this climb, which we still have a long way to go in this race.
Oh, and we're just getting a radio input. It's 25 seconds now to the leaders over the top of this climb to the pack.
It's significant.
It is. 25 seconds is not a small gap after just a 3-kilometer climb. So now coming over, and they're going to start this descent.
And after the descent, we're going to have another sharp, steep climb. It's not very high. And there'll be a few of those. Very lower climbs that definitely not as large as this one. We'll go for a few kilometers and then eventually get to what I can see as being a larger climb than what we've just done.
Yeah. So the riders are going on the descent now. They've got to be careful not to bump into each other, but they're all very experienced professionals, so I think they, for the most part, have no problem handling a descent like this in a huge group. It's a gradual one, so it doesn't look like there's too many very sharp corners, but they've still got to keep their head up, keep looking forward for any things in the road and what the curves are looking like.
Yeah, the courses down here are pretty narrow, but the asphalt here is quite good. Geoje does a pretty good job of keeping up their roads and especially on corners, try to keep them clean. Sometimes you'll see on corners in Korea, you'll have these slotted roads where they'll have like lines cut through for snow or ice or rainwater. I think it's mainly for rainwater to improve traction for cars. Unfortunately, with thin bicycle tires, sometimes those can cause a little bit of disruption. But I think these descents will all have smooth asphalt on them, and they're going to be quite clean.
Yes, so great course for the riders to race really fast and safely today. And this is Geoje-do is a nice place to ride overall, just for riders like us as well.
It's home to a lot of cyclists. It's also a great place where cyclists will come down. You can take a bus down to the main city. You can throw your bicycle underneath the bus. If you're staying in Seoul, it's an easy trip. Just reserve your bus ticket, take your bicycle, put it on the bottom of the bus.
Nice. We'll have to come down here and go for a ride sometime.
Of course. And not only that, but a lot of motorcyclists actually frequent this island as well.
I see.
They have a lot of infrastructure for motorcyclists, like restaurants, bars, places to stay.
Okay.
And you can visit the beaches down here. There are a lot of different kinds of beaches.
Yes, I think we'll be seeing a couple on this course today.
Exactly.
So this breakaway, they had about 25 seconds here, and it's grown in number. Now there's quite a few more riders in here. Not quite 10, it doesn't look like, but different, good variety of teams represented. So that should maybe give them a little bit more of a chance of staying away.
Exactly. Looks like Kim Jin-wook off to the left side there. He's made it through.
Yeah, and there's a Geoje rider in there.
Yes. And the rider we're seeing on the front here has been in here quite a while.
Yes,
From
he was the
start.
second one to bridge up to them.
Exactly.
Looks like the descent is basically over now, so we'll see. These guys will have to work together. As you can see, they're sharing the work at the front of their group. So they each take turns blocking the wind for each other, usually between 10 to 15 seconds, so they can keep up maximum power. Then they go a little bit slower, and they jump back in at the end of the line and help again.
And we're seeing the pack back there. These estimates on the time are what they are, is really just estimates, so it may seem like they're a little bit closer back there than what the time estimate is showing.
And we just got word there's 7 riders in this breakaway, still maintaining that 25-second gap.
Looks like that looks like a rider we were talking about. Team Gyeongnam.
Oh, yes, I think so. Oh, and I just got word that the time gap back to the peloton now is 10 seconds. So it looks like the pack is closing in on them a little bit, down from 25 seconds.
Definitely the strategy of some of these teams trying to protect the GC riders, like I said in the beginning, to shut this down early. They don't want such a strong rider like Gyeongnam to get off the front there and stay off the front and get a gap. Once he gets a solid gap, then it's going to be really hard to close down, especially if the Seoul City riders are trying to block the front.
Yep.
You're seeing here the riders off the back. They are, looks like they're pushing quite hard. They're trying to deal with that yo-yo effect that I was talking about earlier.
Yes, definitely. So now that we've come off the mountain, you can see now we're going through a village here. Looks like this is Sancheon Village. So Geoje Island would be clustered with a variety of cities as well as small towns. So in Korea, when they talk about, we say this is in Geoje-shi or Geoje City. In America or other places, we might call it more like a county. So there's a downtown Geoje, but there's also multiple villages with their own names that are part of Geoje-shi as well. So this race today is entirely held within Geoje-shi, but it's a very large area. The riders are still pushing here, but they're going to look behind them and they see he gives the little hand signal, okay guys, we've been caught. You can give up now. Let's take a breath and then get back in there and give it another try later. That's rider number 201. Min Kyung-oh, one of the top riders from Korea. Everybody's getting absorbed by the pack. We'll see if another attack comes off them.
Yeah, you'll see, I think you'll see a couple of counterattacks come here from some other teams. Maybe some other teams that weren't represented in that initial breakaway. They'll try to do a counterattack and see if they can take it out.
Sure, that makes sense.
Especially before this next line.
now that we have a little bit of a break in the action, let's take a look at some of the highlights from last year's Stage 1 held in Gyeongnam. This is a highlight reel from last year's Stage 1, which was in Gyeongnam, so a different city than this year's stage. We'll be in Gyeongnam again now in a couple days.
That first stage there, won by Dylan Hopkins
Aha!
by over a minute, which secured him the lead.
So maybe people this year are going to be looking at that strategy from last year, and they're going to think, okay, maybe the first stage is a place to get a time gap and try to, set the stage for the rest of the race.
Certainly with this caliber of climbs, that gap is possible.
Some beautiful shots of this race from last year.
The roads are just absolutely stunning around here. As you can imagine from an island course, they're trying to run this throughout the southern portion of the island and keep it closer to the coastline. So you really get some great views of the ocean, of some boats on the ocean, some fishermen, and a lot of the fishing and traps for different kinds of seafood. You can see all of that from the views here in Geoje. You can also see some of the islands that are off of Geoje.
Right. I think everybody will probably notice that we're going along the coast. Most of what you're seeing is ocean, but it's not easy to tell if you're on an island or what you're looking at as part of the mainland, because there are a lot of islands, thousands of islands along the coast, especially the south coast of Korea.
Right.
So it's not easy to tell what's mainland and what's an island.
The pretty interesting thing about this area is you can take a ferry or ferries or even small boats to a lot of these different islands. You can take even your bicycle down there on the ferry. Sometimes you can take cars to the islands. Sometimes the cars are deregulated, and maybe there are only a few vehicles that are for the people who actually live there. But for the most part, you can take bicycles to a few of these islands, or you can do different various activities. Have you ever been to any of these islands?
Yeah, I've been to a few of them, and definitely some of them have really great riding. I've been to some of the. I've been riding in some of these other places where the Tour de Gyeongnam is going to be going this year. Should be really exciting.
Amazing.
It'll be fun to watch the riders race over roads that I've ridden on before. I think you've probably ridden on most of these roads. You said you used to live in Gyeongnam, right?
Yep, I used to live down in this region for 4.5 years. I lived in a small city called Jinju. It's actually semi-large for Korean standards. But yeah, it rests just in the off to the west and north of where most of these courses are going to be, but still very close to the coastline. We're moving slowly west in these courses throughout the 5 days, and then the last stage will be in the middle in Changwon. But I used to live really close to all of this, so I would take trips on the weekend, ride to these areas from where I was living, and visit all the islands, and sometimes take the ferry down to other islands to kind of ride around and enjoy that, or do other activities like jet skiing or camping or even hiking on some of these islands.
Sounds like Gyeongnam is a great place overall for all kinds of recreation.
It is.
Yeah,
It is absolutely. And there's quite a culture for it too. Like the people that live in these areas, in these smaller cities, it's super accessible. Because the public transportation is so good, the area is small enough that they can really run a lot of public transportation between the city's intercity bus terminals, intercity buses, and you can drive very quickly to pretty much anywhere in this region. So
Okay, so it's a great place for, it's easy for people to get to the beach, get to the mountains, get out in nature.
exactly, there's definitely a culture for it.
So now we're back to the race. That was our highlight video of last year's race. And Peloton, as I hear, is all back together. No breakaway out there right now. So they are just cruising through some villages and past some beautiful countryside, farms and small industrial areas. And they'll be getting into, they're going to be doing laps soon, where there'll be 2 long climbs per lap. And a lot of small climbs. As Danny said, death by 1,000 cuts. You can see here going up again already.
Yes.
So one interesting thing is you can see this steep hill. The guys coming down the last hill, they easily catch up to the peloton again. But it also provides a springboard then for these guys to try to make another attack. But it's not easy to stay away because there'll be another downhill and then this big pack will have momentum going to catch them as they go.
But there will be a lot of steep hills in this section here. So from what I can see, it's going to be about 6 steep hills before you actually hit the larger of the climbs. So it could be that if these guys can keep their momentum and have some pretty sharp, strong power coming up these steep sections, they could start that longer climb with a bit of a gap, which you can see is forming here. And it looks like the race is actually breaking up quite a bit.
You're right. It looks like there's multiple breakaways, or at least gaps in the peloton now of people trying to catch up to these guys.
Exactly.
You can see the second rider in the breakaway just taking a drink. These guys are going to be riding nearly 120 kilometers today, and so that's more than 70 miles, and they need to be eating and drinking constantly to make sure they don't get dehydrated and maintain their energy levels as they go.
Exactly. That's the leading star rider there. China.
We see they're stretching out as there's lots of curves in the road, so it's not easy for the pack to stay bunched together. When there's more and more curves, they get stretched out like this. Also, because they're trying to chase down these breakaway riders, the speed's increasing, stretching the peloton out.
There could also be a wind factor here too. Yes, there's a little bit of wind.
Yes, there's definitely a breeze probably coming off the coast. Interestingly, I find riding in Korea is maybe a little bit less windy than some parts of the U.S. or Europe. I think it might be because the mountains block some of the wind.
That's what I think too, exactly. So when you're riding on the coast like this, you don't have those mountains blocking it too much, especially down in areas like Namhae and Yeosu. We'll get to those in later stages. They have a lot of wind. You can sometimes see that just based on how the water looks. Here it looks pretty calm.
Yes, I think it's not too windy of a day today. The main factor they'll be battling against is probably these hills, the curves, of course.
Exactly.
You can probably hear in the background there's the honking going by. That the motorcycles are trying to get past the peloton, so they're honking to say, hey, let us through, guys, we need to get up so we can do our job, which is take photos or provide referee stuff for the race.
Right. Sometimes they go up further and block the road for cars so that cars can't get out of, well-known.
Yeah, I'm just getting it here. We have number 23 and number 176 are in a breakaway right now. And it looks like they're going away a bit, aren't they? So number 23 is Christian Railanu from Leaning Star.
And number 176 is Mohammed Sawiwa from Malaysia Pro Cycling.
I see. Yep, and there's 3 guys trying to bridge up to them. So we'll see.
Originally, it was around 7 that I saw that had a gap, and now it looks like a few of those have dropped off, so we have just those 3 chasers here.
Yes.
Let's see if they can get up to them.
So it looks like this team Leaning Star here with rider Christian Railanu. I mean, they're a very diverse team. They have riders from 6 different countries and a sports director from China, a team registered in China, so they're participating in this UCI Asia Tour to Gyeongnam race here. So Dan, did you know what is the UCI Asia Tour exactly? I think it's group of from what I've heard, it's a group of races. The UCI, which is the International Cycling Federation, has regional, basically cycling leagues. So all the teams from Asia race regionally, and that's why most of the teams here are from Asia, and they get points when they get good finishes in these races, and if they do well enough, they can get upgraded to a higher level of racing. Right. So the teams here are going to be looking to get top finishes in the overall GC, general classification rankings, as well as getting UCI ranking points from doing well on the stages as well.
Right. And there are 5 regional UCI continental circuits.
Ah, okay. So this international, this Asia tour is one of them.
Yes, and the idea was so that they could expand the professional road cycling network outside of traditional European areas, traditional
Yes.
so they could grow the sport across Asia as well, which I think is a great initiative.
Yes, I mean, and we can see with this Tour de Gyeongnam, now they have a UCI top-level pro race in Korea, really well organized with beautiful roads and nice courses. So I think we're going to see some great racing here. So it looks like now the chase and the chasers have caught the breakaway. I'm hearing on the race radio, and they have about a 30-second gap. So we'll see if they can continue to keep this gap going forward.
Looks like teams at the front are chasing too, because if it's going to be stretched out like this, even these corners aren't too sharp. I think that the teams at the front are chasing, so that they can get their GC riders within touch of these breakaway riders.
Yes, for sure. So in case you're just joining us, let us reintroduce ourselves. I'm Derek Lawn, and I'm here with Danny Marquardt. We're going to be commentating, hosting the race today. And just wanted to let you guys know, if you have any questions about the race, you can put them in the chat on the YouTube channel, and we'll do our best to answer.
Yeah, we're watching the live chat there. So.
Yep. So if you have any questions about racing in Korea, the Tour de Gyeongnam in general, or anything else, feel free to write it, and we'll do our best to answer your questions. Here I see one is Jae-young riding. Let's take a look at the start list. Jae-young. He is not participating in this race. There are 4 Korean teams invited, but there are multiple Korean professional teams, but not all of them get to participate in this Tour de Gyeongnam because it is a UCI Asia Tour race. And so there are multiple teams in Korea that race domestically, professionally, but only the top 4 have been invited to this race.
Yeah, Jae-young is a long-time leader of the Gapyeong cycling team, from what I understand.
What is the strongest team in Asia right now is another question from one of our users. Well, the team that's second place in the Asia Tour right now is in this race. It's Geoje Insurance, team out of Thailand, and they have last year's winner of this race, Dylan Hopkins. He's back. So they are second right now in the UCI Asia Tour. That doesn't necessarily mean they're the strongest, though, because some teams are racing more in Europe or racing around the world. So who would be the top team would be up for debate.
Getting a view here of the riders in the back, trying to refuel.
Yep, you can see all of them are going to be constantly eating and drinking. Danny and I have been racing for a long time ourselves, and when we were racing very seriously, it was different. You still drank a lot, but now the riders are really focused on their nutrition. So typically they are eating 4 to 5 power gels an hour to maintain their carbohydrate levels, and this helps the riders basically to maintain top power as they go. If they don't eat enough, their body will end up having to use fat or protein instead of carbohydrates for fuel. So the riders are really focused on keeping their carbohydrate levels topped up as they go.
Exactly, and this is also practiced during training. They try to enhance their body's ability to take in the carbs during training, because most people's bodies, when they're at full exertion, they won't be able to process so many carbohydrates. Usually these days, that sweet spot number is 120 carbs, which not every athlete can do without upsetting their stomachs.
No. So it is interesting. I think they call it gut training, trying to train their bodies to be able to absorb as many carbohydrates as possible so that they can keep power in the pedals dry. So coming up here in about 500 meters, there's actually what's called a feed zone. So a feed zone is where the riders' teams have assistance with food and water for them in bags. So we'll see the riders grabbing food and water, and typically each team has a leader or two, and then they have other guys called domestiques who are helping. So the domestiques will typically grab the food and water and distribute it to the other riders from their team.
You almost have to think the domestiques, in some ways, they could be stronger riders than the GC riders because they're going all over the pack. They're grabbing food and water. They're finding their riders.
Yeah. So here we go. You can see the riders. Each team has assistants on the side with water and food for the riders. But they've only been riding about 25 kilometers so far, so it doesn't look like they're very hungry or thirsty. Nobody's been grabbing anything. Oh, there goes one. So now we can see all the riders in the race, or all the riders in our breakaway here. Got 5 riders, and each from different teams.
Exactly. So we have great representation here from some strong teams. So there's some interest in staying away. And I'm curious to see who's going to be chasing this. This is a longer climb. Looks to be a longer climb here.
Yes, I think they typically put these feed zones on an uphill section because they want to make it safer for the riders to grab the water and food if they're going at a slower pace. Now all the riders are supposed to be grabbing stuff on the right, and they just said all the team vehicles take the left as they go through the feed zone to allow the riders to get stuff.
You'll see the supporters, oftentimes they'll be wearing a similar jersey or a vest of the team that they're representing or holding out feeds for. In some cases it'll just be a t-shirt, but you can see those on the side there.
Yep. So we're getting a couple more questions in our chat. Somebody asked, are there any former World Tour riders here? So somebody answered that there's Antoine Hubby. He was a former Quick Step rider.
Yes.
He is riding for 7-Eleven Road Bike Philippines. And then there is also Rain Tamaray, who is riding for the team from Estonia, Quick Pro Cycling, Quick Pro team, and he is a former World Tour rider as well.
And there are a number of riders that have raced in big races, even Grand Tours and Classics in this race. We'll point those out as time goes on. We have from their Geoje. They've done a lot of big rides there. Had some great wins.
And I want to point out, so there's 4 Korean teams that are mostly Korean riders, and there's one additional Korean rider in the race, Jae Bin Yoon, who's the Korean national champion. He's riding for the Geoje team as well.
Exactly.
So he has a special, since he's the national champion, he has a jersey in the colors of the Korean flag. So it should be easy to spot him if he goes for a breakaway.
And he joined the team in 2025, is that right?
He joined just this year, actually.
Oh,
yeah.
It is this year?
Yeah.
Okay. I remember speaking to him about it at the end of 2025.
Yes, so it's exciting to see, Danny and I live in Korea. We're rooting for the Korean riders a little bit here. And it's exciting to see some top Korean cyclists coming up.
Yeah, and even joining international teams.
Yeah.
That have good Palmars and records.
So you can see now the pack is about 28 seconds behind. They've actually brought some motorcycles and cars up to join them. There's a certain amount of time in between the groups, they bring up a car to monitor the situation. The cars have basically race officials in them who are monitoring to make sure all the riders are following the rules, safety, etc.
Yeah, 28 seconds. We're close enough to that 30-second mark that they'll start to fill that gap with some vehicles, especially as we're going over this longer climb. But once we hit that descent, we'll see if the pack starts to catch up, and then they'll move those vehicles out if they are indeed closing the gap down under 30 seconds.
Yeah, we're on another long climb right now. We are 86 kilometers to go.
This is a big one.
Yes. So yeah, this is the second. So there's really two large climbs. They're doing 2 laps today of this. But this second long climb they're doing right now, it's also about 3 kilometers, but it's not a KOM points climb. It's an uncategorized climb. But the riders can still use it as a place to attack. Or I think some of the riders from the peloton we used to try to bridge to this breakaway.
I believe this climb is averaging 7.5% and is around 211 meters long.
211 meters of elevation. That's
Sorry,
an
211 meters of elevation, yes.
So it's not a massive climb. I think it's kind of something you might compare to the Belgian Ardennes, but it's still enough that it'll rip, we do enough of these climbs, it can rip the peloton to pieces. And you can see the breakaway, it looks like they're going to get caught here. They're starting to give up. They can see the pack chasing them hard. And, it's not easy to maintain momentum with just a couple guys on a climb when you have 100 riders chasing you down. Somebody just asked on here if this is a KOM. So this climb is not a KOM. There's 2 big climbs like we were saying. This one is just a long, hard climb in the middle of the race. But these 2 riders are not giving up, are they? So it looks like the breakaway was caught by the pack. But these guys have said, no, I'm going to keep going.
We should see the first KOM come at about 65 kilometers.
Yes, so now they got a couple more. They'll go down, they'll have a couple more hills, and then we'll go back up Geoje, Mangchi Pass. And that will be the first KOM point. Before that, though, it looks like we have a sprint point with 71.5 kilometers to go. So that's in about 15 kilometers. To tell everybody watching today, there's multiple ways to do well at a international bicycle stage race, right?
Correct. Yeah, you can get extra points and sometimes even extra time bonuses, which gives you a little bit of an advantage over your rivals in either sprints or mountain climb, which they call KOM points.
Yeah, King of the Mountains.
King of the Mountain.
That's short for, yeah.
Exactly.
Female racing, they call it QOM, Queen of the Mountain.
Yes.
So. And yes, in this race, they have a ranking. They have separate awards for the GC general classification, for the King of the Mountains, and for the top sprinter, meaning the people who you get points for each stage finish, and there's points for intermediate sprints as well.
And you'll also even get a special jersey that
Yes.
you'll get to wear during the race.
And then the final ranking is for the best under 23 rider. That's because cycling is a sport. You get better as you get older. So people who are under 23 are not considered to be in the peak of their career. They're still developing. That's why they recognize and give them their own special ranking.
In general.
In general.
We've seen a couple of special cases there in recent years, especially in the Pro Tour.
Yes.
We might see that here too.
I've studied quite a bit about cycling training, and I think there's been quite a bit of innovation in training in the last 15 years. And then the riders who are our age, or late 30s, were getting old school training. And then when some of these younger riders now started, they were getting top of the line training, using power meters and having really top level coaching focused on high intensity riding. Whereas when we started racing 25 years ago, it was all about long rides, long and easy.
Exactly. I do remember though using that old power tap, the hub.
Yes.
The hub power meter. Back in 2001, 2002, they even had that at that time. So a lot of guys on my collegiate team were using these power tap hubs.
Yep.
But the data wasn't really as well studied as it is now.
Right.
And especially as we talked earlier with the diet and race nutrition, making sure that your bottles are filled to max with carbs and electrolytes, and even these days they're taking advantage of amino acids, as when that wasn't really a huge thing back in our time.
No, right. So somebody asked in the chat just now, what are the different roles in cycling? So Danny, maybe you can expand a little bit about on that. So we talked about domestiques and leaders, and what kind of leaders would they be maybe in this race? What would their basic focus?
So each team will have a person that's or riders that are meant for different kinds of or different portions of the race. Generally with domestiques, you'll have ones that also have their own specialty. They could be a climbing domestique, or they could be a puncher, which is someone who's good at short bursts, short hard efforts.
So probably this Tour de Gyeongnam courses are suited to puncheurs.
I think so. I think well, the climbs in this particular stage, maybe they're okay for a climber. You're hitting a category 3 with the KOM climb, the King of the Mountains climb, and also the other climb that we're on now. It seems to be even longer than the KOM climb, judging by what I can see on the map here. So I would also I would think that this would be really good for the climbers. If you've got a climbing domestique, that's somebody who's going to sit in front of your GC potential favorite, the person who you want to win at the end of the race. GC stands for General Classification, which is the overall standing and ranking of the
lowest time each day.
Lowest time
together. Yep.
Exactly. So yes, to expand on that, the climber domestiques will generally be the last one in line to protect their GC rider, and you'll have a few punchers who will take care of the first portions of the race, the first half of the race, or maybe even more than that. They'll expend their energy to sit on the front of their team and make sure that the team is protected from the wind, protected from obstacles, and lead them around basically. And then they'll have their time when they get tired and they need to roll off, and they need to give the responsibility to the next rider in line. And I think in this race you'll see a lot of those will be the climbers will be the responsible ones at the end.
Makes sense.
They'll have the most endurance and ease on the climbs, so they can protect their GC riders. Generally the GC riders will be climbers themselves.
Okay.
Or at least be able to get over these climbs.
Yep.
And they'll choose their GC riders that way because of that.
Yep. Okay, so it looks like we just are going over this climb here, and the name of this hill that we just did is called Geoje. So what that translates to, actually, it means, I think it translates to 9 peak mountain. Ao is 9 in Korean, San is mountain, and J is a Korean word for pass. So typically they don't build roads to the top of the mountains here, but they build roads to connect villages by going through the shortest, lowest point between multiple mountains. So just going over Aopsanjae, which is an unranked climb, but it's still named. Most climbs in Korea that are over 2 kilometers long are named. So you can see that right here, they're on the descent. Stretch the peloton a lot, so we will see if all these guys are able to catch up or not. There is a sprint point coming up, and I suppose most of the sprinters will want to go for that, but it's in just a couple of kilometers, so we'll see if they all catch up after this climb.
Go ahead.
They have this nice long descent without too many sharp curves. So the guys who are chasing will have a bit of an advantage. They can see the riders in front of them, and a few riders will catch up slowly on this descent.
There is quite an advantage to sitting on the back here. You do have a draft effect, but you will notice with some of the sharper corners, there's a bit of a skill difference in the riders. Some riders are fearless and they really trust their tires, or maybe they have great tires. It could be that.
I hope they trust their tires.
They'll be able to lean over a little further. Some of them have actual a little bit better skill. They've learned how to lean their bikes.
Yeah, you can see how they're going on the downhill. Some of them, they're doing different aero positions, aren't they?
Yes. Yeah. That guy,
so they
in
have
third position, he has definitely gotten really aerodynamic and low, and even our rider here in first position as well.
I just got word that rider 121 has a puncture. That's too bad for him. Rider 121, that's Hijiri Oda from Aisan Racing Team out of Japan. So hopefully he can get a quick change and catch back up. So this is the lead. I don't know if we'd call it a breakaway yet, but they have a 15-second gap. And it is still consisting of some of those guys that were charging at the front at the base of the climb.
Oh, and we have now a rider that's, I think he accidentally rolled off the front because he stopped pedaling. He looked back and he's saying, well, maybe I don't want to do this alone with
Put in a little too much energy
that many
there,
guys
didn't he?
behind me, yeah.
So we got a couple more questions. Okay, so they said, is this the leading pack? Right now we are looking at the leading pack, yes. And the cameras on the climbs, they were showing both the end of the peloton splitting in the middle, as well as the leaders. We have multiple cameras on the course today. Somebody else asked, is Dae-Young-Ju here? He is not in this race this time, but he is a very famous Korean rider. But there are many other great Korean riders riding in this Tour de Gyeongnam 2026 race this year. So see, now we're back down on the climb, and we're back down by the ocean. They typically in this Gyeongnam region, they're using these roads to connect villages that historically would have been built along the ocean in bays where they could fish, farm seaweed, etc. So this region is really famous for its ocean culture.
Yes, and definitely there is some very, very delicious seafood to be had in this region if you're into seafood.
What's your favorite seafood in Korea? Or Gyeongnam in particular?
Honestly, it depends on the day, but down in this region, in Geoje in particular, I do like to have steamed oysters.
Oh, yes.
There are a few restaurants that can, it is incredible how delicious the steamed oysters are, and they're huge. I mean, they're the size of the palm of your hand.
Wow.
So, there's a lot of meat to it. The steamed oysters are cooked at your table in most of these restaurants in a big pot.
Wow.
And in most of them, it's pretty old-fashioned because it's not a really, really developed area. It's still the countryside.
Right.
So, yeah, that's one of the dishes that I really like down here.
So we'll see if some of these riders are adventurous. They might get to try some steam oysters or maybe even raw fish if they're really feeling adventurous. So there's all kinds of seafood. We'll talk about that a little more later on. So this breakaway is going though now. You can see
It's
another
8
rider
riders.
trying to bridge. There's 8 riders up here, variety of teams, and the pack. We saw them just in the background though. Now we're on the rolling hills again. So that will help the peloton, I think, a little bit, is because they'll constantly get views of the breakaway. When you're in a race, it's easier to chase a breakaway down if you can see them. If they get away far enough that they can't see them, the riders in this UCI 2.1 race, they will not have radios giving them information about what's going on. They'll have to get information from people on the side of the road, or the motorcycles who are part of the race are also feeding them information. Where's the breakaway, what riders are in it, and how far up are they?
Yeah, and as they say, if you lose sight, it's out of sight, out of mind.
Yes.
And that can be a pretty psychological factor.
But the roads here in Geoje are going to be pretty twisty, actually, and along the coast, twisty, hilly, so they will be pretty easy for them to get out of sight. I think if they get a 30 to 45 second gap, they'll be pretty much out of sight.
There should be a motorcycle that shifts between the breakaway and the pack that will have a board on it. And
Yes.
they'll give the pack and they'll give the breakaway the gap times.
Yep.
So,
Exactly.
Whether it's 29 seconds or a minute and 30 seconds, they'll often jump around between the two breakaway and pack.
Yep.
And
I like these Leaning Star jerseys. They're pink and blue. Do you see that?
yes. And
So,
they're really design friendly. It looks like they have a bit of gradation there, and their sponsors are really well positioned there.
1-1. Rider number 11's in there. Rider 21's in there. Rider 26 is in here. Rider 31.
So it looks like we have two from a single team there. 2 from Leaning Star, 21, 26.
8 riders in this leading group. And 23 riders in a chasing group behind. So the peloton has fractured a bit. What they're saying 20 seconds behind the peloton, it's actually only got 23 riders in it right now, they're reporting. So as you said, death by 1,000 cuts, it looks like it's death by 50 cuts so far. I mean, it's really splitting up fast. I think people, when you look at the race map, it's kind of easy to underestimate the course actually here. Because, the total number of climbing might not be so high, but there's so many small climbs and twists and turns that it really does do a number on this pack.
Yes.
They're going nearly 50 miles an hour right now. So going down these rollers, they're really keeping the speed up.
And when you have a bigger breakaway like this, they can take advantage. It looks like they're not doing it at the moment so much, but they can really take advantage of the draft. They can rotate even on the descents. And sometimes on these steeper descents, they can get up to 80, 85 kilometers per hour, which is what the pack can do.
Yep.
So that'll make it really hard for the chasers behind to gain any advantage that they would have normally from being a big pack.
Definitely. So now we're back viewing the pack. The riders are all stretched out along this road with all the rollers, trying to chase down the leaders, I think.
It looks like one of the Casebo riders there had done his job. And he was looking like he was getting ready to go to the back or maybe even off the back.
So now we're getting a report of all the riders who are in this breakaway. It's a good mix, different people from each team. And Rain Tarame is probably the best known rider in here. He is a former World Tour Pro rider from Estonia. Somebody asked what teams are in the lead. We can just see there on the screen what teams they're showing right now.
As Derek just mentioned, Rain Tarame on Kinan Racing Team. He's done quite a bit of World Tour racing. He has 23 seasons under his belt, with also 23 wins from what I could find there. He's had stage wins in the Vuelta and the Giro.
Yeah.
And has raced in the Tour, the Giro, the Vuelta, and multiple classics races. So
it looks like we've got a Geoje rider in here. It looks like the national champion of Mongolia up there, number 2, Texabayer Vashikhan. That team, Geoje, they have, I think, 4 or 5 different nationalities, national champions.
Yes. And Batsaikan, he has some pretty amazing victories as well. He's been racing for 13 seasons. This is his 13th season.
Wow.
He has officially the 3 wins there, but yeah, one of those coming out of the Tour of Thailand. He had first place at GC there, and Tour of Boston League as well.
So this is a strong breakaway with teams well represented. So there might not be a lot of motivation in this peloton to chase them down right now. Actually, we will see if they decide to let them go or if they keep trying to reel them in.
Yeah, a lot of these teams, they're domestiques. This is what they want.
Right.
So if you've got 8 riders up there, or maybe even more that are going to catch on, and their domestiques have sent them, then what they're most likely going to do is the domestiques will roll around in the front of the pack and just kind of ease off a little and let the gap grow. And they're essentially, if you're looking at 8 different teams being represented, or 7 different teams being represented, whatever it is, then you'll have a lot of those domestiques that will get to the front of the main pack and be able to kind of slow it down.
Right, that's a good point. So there will be riders at the front of the pack who are trying to make a fast-paced chase. But then if a team has a rider in this breakaway and they don't necessarily want to catch them, they might send up riders who go through it, maybe slow the pace down just a little bit to prevent the riders from getting caught. The long descent here, they have about 3 kilometers left until the first intermediate sprint. So it looks, if there's a 30-second gap already, then probably these guys are going to be contesting that. And what they're going to want to do is, they might be going for 2 reasons. 1, to get the points of the sprint leader's jersey, and 2, they get time bonuses for the GC. So I think the riders will be really keen to do that, because if they get a time bonus here, they come to the finish all together and maybe get another time bonus, then they'll have a decent lead in the GC going into stage 2.
Exactly. Some of these guys will be interested in that sprinter's jersey as well. So.
Yep, exactly. There's multiple ways to win and have a good Tour de Gyeongnam for each of these teams.
Yes, but they won't want to expend too much energy focused on this intermediate sprint. Some of them will be focused on the King of the Mountains classification, and some of them just hoping to finish and take that win at the end, which I'm guessing would be the majority of them.
Yes.
This breakaway, especially if they're a favorite of their team for GC.
Yep.
General classification.
So these guys are really rip-roaring now. I mean, they're working well together. You can see each rider is taking his turn at the front, pulling along a little bit. But you can see right now that the Geoje rider, he's actually skipping his turn. So maybe that's an indication that his team is not necessarily happy with the composition of this breakaway. He's not pulling through. So we can only speculate on the reasons for why. Maybe he's saving his energy for the intermediate sprint.
And this is Batsekan.
This is Batsekan, yeah. And the riders who are in the breakaway with him, they all want to work together, or they'll want everybody to work together if they're working. So they might have some words with him and say, hey, you got to help too. You can't just be following us. So 1 kilometer to the sprint line, and they're still going downhill, so they might have quite a bit of momentum.
You can see the lean of the camera here, so they are getting some more sharp curve here.
Yes, so the sprint is actually held in front of an office for the national park that's down here. They about half of Geoje Island is considered a national park because of the natural beauty of these islands. They did that to keep it protected and develop the area a bit more with nice hiking trails and things.
It's incredibly green down there.
Yeah,
it's amazing to see the contrast of this. You can see it there in the top of your picture.
300 meters to go, it looks like. So let's see how they sprint on this one. 100 meters to go, and then a couple of them are kicking off.
There we go.
There we go. There, the Geoje rider trying to jump in there. But it looks like the purple team took that. We'll have to take a look at who got that. And but there were points for the top 3 riders across. So they should all be happy. Those guys who got some points and got some time should be happy with what they got there. But it looks like, for the most part, the other riders in the breakaway were happy to sit in and let the other guys do the work.
I believe it was only the star rider here.
Yes.
That took that. So the points there for that sprint, the first place in that particular sprint will get 3 points.
Okay.
And second place will get 2 points, and third place will get 1 point.
Yep. And how much time do they get on each of these sprints as well? They do get some time bonuses as well.
It's 5 seconds.
Yeah, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, and 1 second.
There you go.
Yeah. 3, 2, 1 bonus seconds. But at the stage, there's a lot more bonus time. At the stage, they get 10 seconds, 6, and 4 for the top 3 finishers. So we'll see if this breakaway keeps their momentum. They'll try to keep working together. Now they're cruising here along the coast, and they have a couple more kilometers then before they get to the first KOM of the day. So right now we got 70K to go, and at 59K to go is the top of the first KOM. So that starts in about 8 kilometers. So we'll see if they are saving their energy for that climb, or if they'll just keep trying to work together.
You can see the couple of guys that took the sprint there. They're sitting on the back, probably trying to recover a little bit.
Yeah, you can hear them having a conversation. They're not on the same team, but maybe still discussing. Teams often do collaboration with each other. Now we're getting a view of both of these. You can see there's a bit of a gap. They definitely won't be able to see them with all the curves in the road. And you can see the peloton looks content to just be cruising along and let this breakaway go. There's multiple riders from the same team at the front setting the pace, and from what it looks like, they're not chasing that hard.
Yeah, we could be looking at the breakaway of the day.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure we are at this point.
So you can see from this overhead view just how forested this Geoje Island is. They're really, going to be going through. Basically, they can't just ride all along the coast. They've led some of the roads through the mountains and through the hills around the area, and hopefully they'll be getting some nice shade with that as well.
Still,
you can see it's getting sunnier. It looks like it's a little bit hotter than it was when they rolled out.
Exactly, and that sun down there is going to beat down on them pretty hard, but still 24 degrees Celsius as a high temperature for the day. It's not bad. That's pretty prime racing conditions.
Yes.
especially for the guys that are coming from Southeast Asia. They're coming from 30 degrees or maybe even more, and they'll be used to this hotter weather, and then some others from different regions maybe have a little cooler weather in their region. So yeah, this is a nice little median for them.
Yes, definitely. Great to see these breakaway riders working together. Looks like they're all satisfied so far. Everybody seems to be pulling through, so they'll want to get in some water and try to eat some food, I think, before that next KOM of Mangji Pass.
Exactly.
There's bound to be some more attacks there, I think. So, see all 9 of the riders' names there now. Rain Tamaray is probably the most famous one, but there's a couple of Italians and a good variety of riders in this breakaway. This is a UCI Asia Tour race, but you can see quite a few of these riders are actually from Europe, but many of them are racing on Asian-based teams. I would think that the world's getting more globalized, and the riders in the UCI Asia Tour, they're fighting for UCI points, right? So the teams, they want to get the best riders they can, even if they're from different countries, to try to make sure they can get these UCI points from races like this Tour de Gyeongnam.
We have in here from Team Gyo, Simone Raccani. He's their climber. He is definitely designated as a climber specialist. He's done pretty well in Tour of Japan. Team Gyo coming out of Japan, so he would have done a lot of racing there.
Yeah, I just saw rider number 26, Niels Schinek, out of the Netherlands, racing for Leaning Star in here. And they are climbing, you can see, but this is just one of the rollers, basically. This is not one of the longer climbs of the day. But, so for these riders, this is a really difficult day. Even a climb like this is not necessarily considered a long one down here in this Gyeongnam region. You can see the different features in the road here. They have red marks on the road to let cars know that there's a sharp curve and things like that. That's what that's for, if anybody's wondering. Somebody just asked, is Terme a GC rider? Well, I think he's had some individual wins in Europe before, and in a race like this, it's a 5-day stage race. I think if he can maintain himself in the breakaways, he can do a good GC. I don't know what you think about this, Danny, but this race, Tour de Gyeongnam, it's, I believe, sort of for puncheurs. So it's not like the Tour de France where they have these massive climbs, people go away by themselves. I think there'll be groups of riders coming in every day, and the winner will come from somebody who consistently placed themselves in the group and still have a little bit of energy left for a sprint.
Well, you had mentioned Terme there. He's actually an all-rounder from the races that he's done, all of his victories. I can see that he's an all-rounder, so he's capable of excelling on almost any terrain. However, he is 39 years old, so he's quite a bit older than most of the racers here. Yeah, he's close to our age. Yeah, exactly. And he's done a lot of racing. There's advantage and disadvantage to that. Obviously, he has the experience, so he could probably read the race without even looking. He would just know it by feeling what riders are going to do, where he has to position himself, how much energy he has left, and how much energy he needs to accomplish the rest of this course. Most of the riders would have pre-ridden the course at least once.
Right. I imagine the teams came a couple of days ago and were able to either drive or ride most of these courses.
Exactly. And with a rider like him, he would have really done his homework on this, and he would know how much he has left to go here.
We'll see if he can put that experience to good use.
Yes, but he's going to need that because as you get older, the recovery time it gets a little bit less. So let's see if the younger riders can give him a run for his money.
Yes,
based on the ability to recover.
So you can see this road they're riding on. I mean, just totally beautiful, nice, curvy, not too steep, with views of the ocean in the background. Gyeongnam, that's why I think they wanted to have a race here to highlight the beauty of the area.
Exactly. You can see these little gaps forming here. Some of that might be because of skill difference. The corners were pretty sharp there, but it's all coming back together. going to need it. Because just cruising, the pack will be able to do quite a bit more than they will, and for the most part, especially as they get more and more tired. The pack will just need that much pressure. They'll be able to rotate and the pack on the descents even, and maintain a really high speed.
Oh, I'm just getting some interesting news through the race radio. The pack behind has split into 3 groups now.
Wow.
So there are 2 big chasing groups and then a peloton. And the closest chasing group is just a couple riders, and they're 40 seconds behind these guys.
These undulations have exploded this field today.
Yeah, and we still have one more lap of this course.
Right.
So we will see if these riders are all able to go to the finish together or if they get broken apart by the climbs.
And each lap has 2
long climbs. Yep. So they're going to go over Mangchi. They have 4 long climbs left today.
Right.
Mangchi, Geoje, twice, and then once more over Ahopje.
So it looks like we're
3 long climbs.
We should be getting to Geoje pretty soon.
Yes, the top is at 60k to go, and it's 3 kilometers. So got a little bit left. 59.1k is the top of Mangchi Geoje.
And it should start at 64?
Yep. But yep, these guys they're doing a nice job working together. They're not attacking each other yet. And you can see just how difficult this is. This is still not the main climb, and they're, really slogging it out going over all these rollers. Hopefully they get to enjoy the view a little bit though.
Yes.
Yes, you can see now the pack is 2 minutes behind now.
Yeah, they're showing on the screen
2
there.
chase groups look like they're
splits.
about to get together, and then that pack. I think these guys who are on front look like they're gonna take it to the end probably if the pack's already 2 minutes back. But we'll see.
So with the way this split works here on the top of your screen, where it says 65.2 kilometers, that is indicating how much distance this front group, the breakaway, has left to go. The chasers behind, however many people that is, they are 39 seconds behind this front group, and then so on and so on. The second chase group is 1:06 behind this front group, and the peloton is 2 minutes and 10 seconds behind this group that is on your screen now.
Yeah. So rider number 14, looking behind him, that's Simone Raccani from Team Yukio. Probably, maybe he might be looking for cars, or what do you think he's looking for behind him? He looks like he's searching for something.
Yeah, I'm not really sure at this point. They still have a long way to go. It even looks like Latsakan is looking back as well.
Yeah, perhaps checking if there's a breakaway, but they should be getting information from the motorcycles about how they're doing, and I think that's probably going to make them feel pretty good about their chances. But we'll see. 39 seconds. That first chase group could bridge up to them on this climb, depending on how they choose to race it.
And 9 riders.
Yeah,
this is solid. You do have 2 from the same team here. And that's Team Gil. So
yes, 14 and 11.
So they'll be able to help each other. They'll be talking about that at some point, what their rules are going to be, and how they're going to assist each other so that one of them can take the win. Usually when you've got 2 riders in a breakaway, it's quite an advantage, unless the other riders decide that they don't like that and they start easing off and making these 2 guys on the same team work more than they do.
Yes, that could be a strategy of the other riders in the breakaway. You could see that Batsakan from Team Geoje is not working in this break, though, very clearly. So he must have team orders. They have last year's winner, Dylan Hopkins, riding with the number 1 bib. So maybe he's been ordered to wait and let him catch up.
To be honest, though, I'm surprised about that because it looks like he has some really good palmares. He's one of their top winners on Geoje for this tour anyway. So yeah, maybe he's just conserving energy, or it could be team orders, right?
Yeah. So you can see back here we're in the pack again, and a rider was just getting a bottle from his team car. So the riders are allowed to get food at the feed zones. But they can also go back to their team cars and get water, energy gels, other food that they might need.
And usually they'll run back, grab that from the team car, and then they'll take it to a rider that's in the pack. Usually their GC rider or the lead domestique. One thing that happens often when they go back to the cars, and we'll talk about it more as the tour goes on, and they grab bottles or when they grab food, the DS or the driver of the car will stick their hand out. You might see that here.
He went back and he got offered a bottle, but he said, "No thanks, I'm good."
Maybe it's the corner.
Maybe he was worried about the corner. Yeah, he's going to wait till it's a straight section of road a bit more.
This whole course is full of corners and full of, it's just nothing straight, nothing's flat.
Yes, so this is not necessarily an easy course to get food or water from the cars. Yeah, so he's given him his bottle back because cycling is a green sport. The riders are not allowed, except for in the feed zones, to throw their bottles actually. So no littering and no throwing any garbage out. So coming back to a seaside town now, we're about to start the next climb. So you're finishing this downhill, they'll go by this nice beach here. Probably a lot of beach resorts and things.
He's not able to grab these bottles because of the as they call bangito, the speed bumps.
Yes.
He has to take his hands off for these speed bumps, and some of the speed bumps are a little bit higher than the others. And they're also they're not as smooth. Some of them have little bits of chips out of the front end of them, so when your wheel hits, it's can be quite a vibration.
Yes.
But some of them are smoother, so you can just roll over them. And they're in every race, almost every race that you'll ever do, every ride that you'll ever do in Korea, because they like to really keep traffic slow in these small town areas, so that the people that live there, they can cross the road. You can see the crosswalks here. There are a lot of crosswalks. It's a rural area, so they like to keep traffic slow.
Yes, so I'm sure the riders have ridden a bunch around here, and they're keeping their heads up for the speed bumps and things, so they don't get any unexpected surprises. Exactly. They have started this climb now, so it looks like they got about 2.5 kilometers left till the top of this first KOM on Mangji Pass. So they already did this one once, so they'll know the climb well. And it looks like for now they're just kind of riding along with the Rujai rider sticking at the back.
I wonder if he's conserving enough.
Saikon staying at the back there.
I wonder if he's conserving so that he can take this KOM point.
Maybe that'd be a smart move, because I would imagine maybe they have some riders back in this chase, but it's getting far. The chase is now 120 back and the pack's 210 back.
Again, Simone Rakani is a climber. Let's see if he uses that in this portion of the breakaway to take this KOM point.
Yeah.
But there will be 3 places awarded for the KOM points.
Yes, today's climb is a Cat 3.
Sorry, 4 places.
And so they have different categories of climbs based on the length and steepness. But today's climb is a Category 3, and those are actually also designated by the UCI. So Korea does have really long climbs like the Alps as well, and so does Gyeongnam. But I think they wanted to showcase, this year's theme is, like they said, Admiral Lee Sun-shin, they wanted to showcase the beautiful seaside. So instead of really one long climb, we have multiple small painful climbs.
Yes. And that actually helps keep the race a little bit more together. And it gives a chance for a lot of the different riders like sprinters or punchiers to have a GC victory or have a stage victory. So it can be really good for the race to not put on these enormous climbs that are in this region.
Yes, helps keep it unpredictable. So yeah, I don't know who will win out of this group. We will have to see.
I'm not sure.
The riders coming back and holding their breath, taking a breath, and getting some water and things before this sprint. It might seem like an odd place, but I think probably what they're doing now is they have a nice steady pace on this climb, and it is a good place for them to take on some food and water.
Look at the Ukiyo riders at the front here. you can see, I think this is what's happening. You can see that one rider is leading out the other. So I believe that your second in line here is going to be going for this KOM points.
That's a good thought. I bet that's what they're doing.
And I'm guessing that Leading Star, who took the sprint point, will be watching that really carefully. Although he might be focused on the sprint point and the victory at the end. It looks like the Gyo rider is done with his pole. He's going back to the pack here.
Finishing up a little bit early, actually. So
Yes.
we'll see. They still have
Maybe it's not a lead out.
1.5K till the top of this thing. So nice 6-7% gradient. There's not a whole lot of fluctuations. So you will see. Maybe they'll just try to keep a nice steady pace and then regroup and sprint again in a bit.
And it looks like Batsaikan from Ujai, he's actually moving up.
Okay, yes. If he wants to sprint for it, he can't do it from the back of of 9 riders. It's too many. So.
Yeah, it would be too much of a gap to fill, I think. But let's see if he rotates all the way through to the front.
Look at this. We just got word through the race radio that the second chase group is only 17 seconds back.
So they're
4
catching.
riders. So some riders, it looks like they are going to catch, especially if those guys don't. 1 kilometer to go to the top.
You said it's 4 riders.
4 riders, they said. Unless these guys start speeding it up, looks like they'll be caught.
I hope we can get some images of them and see how hard they're working.
Rider 183 is in there.
You can see the...
That's David Delgado Higuera from Quick Pro Team. From Spain.
You can see the team Gyo rider looking back. He's expecting this.
You're right. If they're only 17 seconds back on a climb like this, they can probably look back and see that they're about to get caught. So maybe they're thinking, okay, what is the best strategy? Should we let these guys pace maybe, or should we try to keep up the pace so they can't catch us before the top?
Well, they could also be looking back to see if their own teammates are in there. If they get even more teammates, I mean, it's only 4 guys that are catching up to them. If they get even more teammates, they have just that much more advantage. So it would be a smart idea for them to wait and sit on the back of this pack, not pull through, not work, let their team catch up, and then they have even domestiques and a breakaway.
Yep.
So that's much more advantage for them for the GC.
Yep. So coming up, looks like we got about 400 meters to go. So these guys, 300. These guys will be starting to think about, when should I start my sprint? Do I need to move up a bit in this group, or do I want to attack from the back? We'll see. It looks like they're not going to get caught before the top. So.
And that is Simone Raccani in the back there. He's been looking back.
Oh, here come the chasers.
Okay. Looks like just 2 of them are making it.
Yeah.
Let's see if there are any others that are...
Nope,
they're accelerating there for the... There it is.
Yes, just like you predicted.
There it is. He did save his energy, and looks like he's going to take it. That's Batsaikan from Ujai.
Yes. So that's what he was doing. He saved his energy, kept a good position in the middle of that pack up the climb, and then hit it when there was about 100 meters left to go. So he'll get some King of the Mountain points as well. He'll get some King of the Mountain points, but no time bonuses.
There are a different amount of King of the Mountain points that are awarded to the first 4 riders that cross that KOM banner line. And the first rider will get 5 points. Second rider will get 3. The third rider will get 2. And then the 4th rider will get 1. And that will round out the amount of points that they can get. There are 2 KOM points on the same climb in this stage. And they'll all get the same amount of points for each of those.
Okay, yes, they're going to be going over Mangchi Pass one more time before the finish.
So you can imagine that the riders in that breakaway, if they're still together and they're still in that same breakaway, they'll be watching out for Batsaikan on this next climb. They'll be making it work before they get there.
Yep.
Especially the guys that are interested in the KOM.
So look at these 2 riders here. What do you think's going through their mind right now? They almost caught them at the top, and then they attacked and couldn't quite close the gap. What are they thinking?
Well, they've been doing a lot of work for a long time, but I think they imagined themselves being able to bridge that gap of 17 seconds halfway up the climb by the end of the climb. And then they know that there's going to be this point when they're almost to the end, when they're going to see that main breakaway accelerate because of that KOM points. So they would have known they have a lot of work to do on this descent, and they're not getting nearly the draft that the other guys are, so they're going to really have to work together.
Yes. They look, one guy is big and one guy looks like a real pure climber, so you can see he's just following the draft of the bigger guy.
Right.
So in cycling, you know, different people, different body types can all be good cyclists, but they have different things they're good at. Bigger guys might be better on the flats, and smaller guys might be better on the climbs.
Exactly. And you saw the flick of the elbow there on the right side from the bigger rider there. When he flicks on the right side, it means he's going to go off to his left, and the other rider behind him is going to come through on the right side.
Yep.
And so
He's
you saw
telling
that
him, hey,
rotation
it's your turn to help me.
Exactly. And although he's not getting quite the same amount of wind draft, wind advantage from that rider that rotated through, he'll still be getting enough so that he can take a rest there.
Yep.
And
Looks like they will catch them. Appears like they're slowing down. So
unless that breakaway is purely motivated to keep them off their wheel, definitely they will come.
you gotta, we both were racers, and you gotta remember that. So that guy's throwing up his hand, and he said, "I wanted you to help me more. You should have closed the gap all the way. Why are you making me do it?"
They'll be doing that a lot. They'll be doing that a lot until they catch up, I think. But right now, what they need to do is put their heads down like they're doing, rotate smoothly, work the same amount, get up to that pack, because they need team representation
Yes,
there.
he is a teammate there, so you see his teammate just drop back to help him bridge the gap, because you can tell, oh man, my teammate is trying to catch us. He's right there, but he's just not quite able to do it. Maybe I'll go give him a hand.
This will be really advantageous for the team as well.
Yes, to have two riders. So yes, it looks like they've really slowed down though now. They caught up and they said, okay, whose turn is it now to lead the pacemaking? So they'll probably, now that they've gone down the descent, maybe they'll take their time to get some water, some food, take a sip. The team leaning, that was their team car coming up. Looks like they want to give some of their riders some food and water. The team cars, or the riders in the breakaway, have left the peloton behind and they've moved up because they want to focus on these riders at the front. If they get a flat tire and need a new bike, they'll be right there to change it.
Yeah, you can see the bikes on the top of the vehicles there. Usually they'll be different sizes so that they can fit different heights of riders. There are some cars that have just 2 bikes and some that have 3. They'll need that range of sizes, and some of those bikes will be designated for particular riders. But in the event of an incident, it could be that they're just using another person's bike, another rider's bike to replace.
That was Team Leading Star that had the rider that joined. So now Team Leading Star has 2 riders, Team UQ has 2 riders.
So we're going to see some very interesting tactics come out of this breakaway. It looks like we're still off the back there a little bit.
So just hearing through the race radio, there's a couple of guys. There's 4 guys who are riding by themselves trying to chase. So there was a group that came to that climb, but they split up.
I see.
So that's not the chase. There's more riders in there that we're not seeing on camera.
Okay.
Individuals. So we'll see if anybody else can catch up and join.
So there's no indication of time for those 4 riders on the top of our screen.
No,
there.
but
there they are.
Saying through the radio.
There they are. They've just put it up. Looks like 20 seconds. Let's see if this front group here starts to slow down a little bit and let those guys catch up. I mean, they're not going to let them catch up, but it depends.
It depends. They're not working too hard right now. It looks like they're taking their time to catch their breath after the climb, get some water, get refueled, because they still have a long way to go. 4 kilometers, it looks like, remaining, and 2 big climbs left.
Yes.
One more climb of Alpsan and one more climb of Mangchi Pass.
You can see the rider here on the back. He's just taking a bottle. It's a pretty neat strategy for the rider to put his hand in front of the bottle and to get a little bit of a slight push off.
Because he can grab on like he's grabbing onto the car.
Yeah, it's kind of like that, and the driver will rest his arm on the back of the windowsill there and just give a slight nudge. There are regulations on that, and the riders do very rarely break those regulations. So but it's just enough so that they can grab the bottle, get back in front of the team vehicle, and make their way back to the pack.
Oh, I think we actually just missed this, but coming through the cars, rider number 23 just jumped up to the leading group. That's Christian Relino. So now we have 12.
12 riders.
And rider number 83 from St. George Continental team, that's Lyndon Millistick, is riding 30 seconds behind by himself. So
the chase that you see.
So that's not been updated, and the pack is now 2.5 minutes behind.
Yes.
So yeah, there we go. It's up to 250.
So the peloton there is a little bit more relaxed.
Yep. So you can see now it's just time to roll through the countryside, refuel for these guys, and regroup. I think they'll be confident in their gaps that they're not going to be caught, so that's why they're not panicking. Just riding a nice steady pace, let each other take out some water.
Yes. And the dry rider here, Matsakan, he's just washed his legs with a bit of water. Trying to keep himself cool, his quads cool. When you do that, you prevent early tiredness or cramping of your quads. Those or the hamstrings are usually the first to experience cramps.
I see.
So when it gets a little hotter out, over 22, 23 degrees, you can start to experience cramps over the course of a 80-kilometer, 90-kilometer race. This one happens to be over 100, so.
Just coming through here, you can see on that sign there was a left turn for Gyeongnam, which is a very beautiful island off the coast of Geoje Island. Here, Geoje City, and the riders are not going to have time for tourism today, but if they did, they would definitely want to visit Gyeongnam.
As we talked about earlier, there are a number of islands, hundreds of islands off the coast here that you can go and visit. You can take ferries to these islands.
Yep.
Take a bicycle. You could take even your car to some of them. They're wonderful for hiking, even camping. Although that's not really.
Well, you're supposed to camp in designated campgrounds only.
Yes.
Not wild camp.
Right.
But yes,
there are some designated
Korea's,
campgrounds here and there. And there's definitely a huge culture for hiking in South Korea. There has been for a very long time. You'll notice people, even in Seoul, taking the subway to go to their local mountain. They'll have sticks, they'll have big backpacks, and inside them they'll have cooking materials and their bottle of soju.
Yes. Some people do like to relax in the middle or at the end of the hike.
Yes.
And unwind a little bit.
And it's a big thing for those who are retired from their jobs. They have some time to kill during the day. Usually the weekdays will be a little less busy in these rural areas, so they can get around a lot easier. And they can enjoy the hikes by themselves or with their family members or wives or husbands.
Yeah, their friends. Yeah, Koreans are very outdoorsy. There's lots of people cycling, hiking, doing all kinds of outdoor activities. So when you come visit after seeing this tour to Gyeongnam, you will see a lot of cyclists out on the roads.
And you'll notice down in this southern region, I did a lot of hiking, I did a lot of cycling in these areas. When you meet the local people, they really want to talk to you. They want to know who you are. They maybe don't speak English very well in a lot of these areas, but anyway, they'll make an effort. They'll try to approach you, and if you make an effort in Korean language or just to notice them and talk to them, more often than not, you'll end up in a pretty interesting conversation, or even participating in some activity with them, like hiking, or perhaps they'll give you some of their soju or some snacks or a roll of kimbap.
Sounds like you enjoyed your time when you were living down in Gyeongnam.
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure. It was an enlightening experience.
I've also been to Geoje once, where the race is today. It's a very beautiful place. I visited a friend of mine from college whose parents lived there.
Wow.
Yeah. You can't tell from the race images today, but Geoje is actually an industrial hub of Korea. They have 2 major shipbuilding companies there.
Daewoo was one of them, right?
Yeah. So Hanwha, it's now Hanwha and Samsung that are there, and they build these huge ships, like basically the world's biggest, for carrying containers, oil, and things like that.
Right.
In between countries, and where they build them is very, very impressive. But a big part of Geoje, where we're racing today, is rural and very beautiful. So you can see nice rolling roads, countryside, and beautiful views of the ocean here. You can see that it looks like they're farming something down there in the ocean, right?
Yes.
So they grow oysters, clams, and seaweed down here.
That's right. And sometimes they have traps for smaller octopus that they call nakchi.
Ah, right.
Sometimes they're catching squid and different kinds of fish and whatnot.
Lots of good protein for our riders to recover with.
Yes, exactly.
Although typically, I think if you're in a big race like this, you don't want to experiment too much with your food. But hopefully they get the chance to try some nice Korean cuisine while they're visiting.
One of the more interesting ones is to have the live octopus.
That is a dish, yes.
Yes.
That is a challenging one.
Yes. Especially when it sticks to the insides of your mouth.
Yeah, Korea has a good variety of different kinds of seafood, both raw and cooked. Wow, we are getting a ton of comments in the live feed here. Great to see so many people enjoying and watching the race with us today.
Thanks, guys.
Interesting. He's giving the other rider a little push. I wonder why. Wants to help him out, but usually you wouldn't do that if it wasn't your teammate. But
he's looking to get rid of a bottle here, I guess.
yeah, it's interesting though. You can
one?
see now that the chase has actually gained some ground. So there's another chase only 48 seconds back. If they keep cruising like this, it's possible that more people can catch up to them. Actually, oh, it seems unlikely that the peloton at nearly 3 minutes back would catch them. But if they don't step on the pace again a little bit, they're definitely at risk of getting caught again.
Looks like we got a while left before we are hitting this second of the sprint point. So
yes, so I think there's one long climb in here though, another 3 kilometer climb. So some of the riders could use that as an attacking point if they're feeling confident. But it's typically, as we know, easier to ride in a group like this, right? You can share the pacemaking, wait for each other. Going off with 45 kilometers to go on the first day of a 5-day stage race would be a tiring move.
yeah, they're already working enough. I think they're having to rotate more than what the peloton riders would be, but the gap is significant. So if they can keep this gap, I mean, this could set the GC for almost the entire tour.
Yes, although looking at there's a couple more really hard stages here.
For sure.
So things could get mixed up.
For sure.
Today is considered a mountainous stage, and so the time cut's 12%. But tomorrow's stage is considered a flatter stage, so it has a shorter time cut. Although I don't think any of these stage areas are really that flat. But
yeah, we're looking at one of the only flat sections on this entire course, following the coastal road here. You can see all the buoys piled up there to the side, the buoys that the fishing ships use.
Yep. So like we were saying, they do aquaculture here, all kinds of different farming and activities with the ocean. So that's what those buoys would be used for. That's not something I saw a lot of growing up in Minnesota. So it's been pretty interesting to get to live and cycle in Korea, especially in this Gyeongnam area, and see all the different things they do with the ocean. Not just fishing, but using it to grow vegetables, seaweed, and all kinds of other things, oysters.
When you go to the local market, you can see locally sourced seaweed, as you said.
Yep.
Seaweed paper that they use for kimbap or just to eat as it is. It's been dried and they put oil on it. It's delicious. They use it as side dishes, or they use it also, as I said, for kimbap or to put into various dishes.
Yeah.
And kind of make it have this.
Look at this.
Umami taste.
Something happened to the bike on the car. They have the wheel in the bike spot. Do you see that?
Yeah.
I've never seen a wheel. I've seen wheel holders on the roof rack. Yeah. That's a clever use of that. They have a spare wheel sitting there. Maybe they had to change the rider's bike out, but something was wrong with his wheel, so they had to change it out too.
Yeah, I remember there were a couple of flats earlier in the race.
Yeah.
Flat tires, so perhaps.
The road is really pretty, should be pretty good quality down here in Gyeongnam. But, you know, of course, they could still hit something, get a puncture, or, you know, might be a small stone in the road that was missed.
Yeah, usually the things that are going to cause punctures down here are potholes, but there aren't really many potholes down these roads.
It's warmer actually down here than it is in the northern part of Korea, so it doesn't get below freezing, which I think it tends to be. Potholes tend to come out when it's a cold place.
Yes.
Where I grew up in Minnesota, it was very cold. We had a lot of potholes. Like Gyeongnam, it doesn't get as cold in the winter. We still have all 4 seasons here, and it'll snow occasionally. It's not usually totally freezing in the winter. So here we are looking back at the peloton again, so you can see the Korean teams have their own team cars. That's the Seoul cycling team there, whereas the other teams, of course, because they had to fly all the way to Korea, some of them don't necessarily have their own decorated team.
Right, they would have rented cars.
Yeah.
Perhaps used bike racks from these rented bike racks.
Yep. And Top Speed Cycling in the feed's asking us, Derek and Dave, did you have lunch? No, we're starving. Somebody order us some pizza, please.
I decided not to eat breakfast this morning. I ate too much yesterday, so yes, I definitely second the pizza idea.
We're enjoying watching these riders go by, though. If you're wondering what some of these crops are on the left, the riders have been riding by small plots of corn as well. That's one thing that surprised me. I didn't know Korea grows corn, but they have very delicious sweet corn grown all over the country.
Yeah, and you'll see in the countryside, just in random areas, there will be a corn truck.
Yeah.
It'll say oksusu in Korean.
So if you go for a ride out in the countryside, unlike, you know, less developed parts of Korea, especially Gyeongnam and these other areas, it's developed enough that there's farmers selling fresh fruit and cooked vegetables, steamed corn, just out on your way. So you don't usually have to worry about finding food in the winter.
You can hear these trucks coming by with loudspeakers. The trucks will be carrying like some kind of vegetable or some kind of fruit, and the loudspeaker will say like, "Get your strawberries" or "Get your onions."
We're following another Korean team car right now. This is Casebo team, Korea Sports Promotion Agency. Taking on some water. So even the guys in the pack, they even though they're not leading the race, they need to keep hydrated and eat as much as possible because they have other days of the race. So they are even thinking about the next day when they're doing these races. If they don't eat enough carbs today, they'll end up using a lot of their stored carbohydrates, and they won't be able to fully recover the glycogen stored in their muscles. So they'll all be thinking about maintaining hydration and nutrition every day of the race, so that they can ride better. Looks like some more team cars are actually passing the peloton right now to go on.
Riders there. Some stinky bottles.
Well, we're not the referees today, but that looks. Oh, that's a Moto Communications motorcycle, so that's not a referee actually.
Do you think they would have the sign that gives the gaps?
Oh yeah, I think that's what the Motocom is doing. So you can see this race, there's a lot of coordination involved. I mean, there's cars for each team, and there's tens of motorcycles for photographers, videos, race officials, communication, Motocom. That's what they do. They go back and forth with a board and tell the riders what's going on in the race, how big of a gap this breakaway has, etc. So this is the chasing group right now. It's not the lead pack. That's why you don't see any cars with these guys.
Right.
So these guys are still a good way ahead, but if they have a minute and a half gap, it's not going to be easy for them to close all the way to the leaders. But we will see. They're going to try their best.
They'll usually get the same information that you'll see in the front of the pack. More often than not, it will be the information, the time gap to the breakaway, to the front of the race, so that they have a little bit more knowledge about how long they have to go to that. Maybe not so much the gaps to the rear of the race. You can see them communicating there with the team vehicle. Not sure what they're saying. But,
see, this is the chasing group here. 6 riders in here. Good variety of teams, and you can see a lot of these are teams that missed out on that breakaway.
Australian riders, huh?
There are a bunch of Australian riders. The Australians are very good cyclists. There's a lot of Australian riders at all levels of professional cycling, it seems. Last year's winner, Dylan Hopkins, was also he was Australian as well. So these guys will be working together and hoping to go to the line, I think. Hold off the peloton. But they have a long road ahead of them with just 6 riders. Number 146 here getting the bottle. That looks like Eiderbold Bold from another Mongolian rider
Yes.
here. Yeah. So yeah, their countrymen are Mongolia is having a good day. There's one rider in the lead group and one rider here in the chase. So they take on not just water but also different kinds of food. Riders eat a lot of power gels. Looks like he has a banana there in his pocket. Maybe sandwiches, other things. Well, before 2K to go, they're going hard, so they're probably going to want to eat stuff that's pretty simple to get there.
And Eiderbold he's an all-rounder. That's his forte. He's had 4th in GC of the Tour of Sakarya and 2nd in the Mongolian Nationals in 2020 in their road race.
Oh wow!
And he's been 3rd 2 times in Mongolian Nationals ITT in 2018 and 2020. So he has some TT background as well, some time trial background.
Okay. So for those of you just joining us, my name is Derek Lon, and I'm here with Danny Marquardt. We're covering the 2026 Tour de Gyeongnam here for the first time with English commentary. So thanks for joining us today. Hope you're enjoying our coverage.
We're trying to bring you our knowledge of Korea as we've been here for quite a while. I've
Yes.
been here around 14 years.
And I've been here almost 16.
Wow.
So
amazing.
Danny took a break to cycle around the world while he was here. So that accounts for some of the gap.
Exactly. Did some riding in Europe and Asia. Rode through, actually.
And both of us raced in the U.S. and have raced in Korea very, very significantly as well. Ridden all over the country. So that's why we're familiar with these roads, with some of the Korean riders, and with the general riding style in Korea. So.
Yeah, we became friends, I guess, when I was living down in this region.
Yes,
almost
me and Danny have ridden
10
down
or
here
11 years
in
ago.
Gyeongnam province together. So we'll see. I think later on the race we'll even go on some of the roads we've ridden together. I've raced in Changwon before on some of the roads that Terry will do.
Yes.
So yeah, this chasing group, riders doing exactly what everybody else is doing, taking on water, cooling themselves down. The temperature might not be that high numbers-wise, but I think with the sun really coming out hard on the riders now, they are feeling the heat. And with all these climbs, it's easy to cramp. So they want to make sure they stay cool, stay hydrated, get enough electrolytes so they don't cramp.
A lot of the times...
Rider number 115.
Yeah, a lot of times in the bigger race, Team Victor.
Ah, Elliot Schultz.
Yes.
From Australia.
Yes, he's from Australia, and this team, Team Victor, is from Hiroshima, Japan.
Ah.
Team Victor Hiroshima, anyway.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Elliot Schultz himself is a puncher.
Yep.
So he's really good at these shorter, steeper efforts.
Okay.
Not the longer, 10-minute climbs.
Yep.
He's more of a 4-minute, 3-minute guy.
Okay.
And he's had some really good races recently, actually. He was first in the Oita Urban Classic Road Race in 2025. He's had second in the general classification in the New Zealand Cycle Classic, which is a big race down there in New Zealand. That was in 2024, and also 4th in Australia Nationals Road Race in 2024.
Wow. So there's a lot of top riders attending this year's Tour de Gyeongnam. Very exciting, and it's great to see the race grow and attract some really fast racers. Lots of teams too. So now we're back to our leaders, and they've actually just passed the feed zone. We skipped that this time at the cameras. But they had their team assistants on the side of the road again, giving out food and water to everybody. And they will keep going now. And hopefully they've gotten on everything they needed.
You can see
Water-wise.
one rider, he's emptying out a bottle onto the road there. He probably doesn't want to take the weight of the climb. What do you think?
Yeah, maybe, but I don't know if I'd be emptying water out. It's not much. There's still a lot of time to go. You'd think you might need that water later on.
Well, perhaps he's relying on the fact that the team vehicles can sit in that gap, and the gap's big enough. He's not worried that the team vehicles will be gone anytime soon, so he can get water whenever he wants.
Yeah.
Perhaps. But yeah, I would think the same as you. They wouldn't want to give up their nutrients, their nutrition right now.
Not too early, yeah. So yeah, here you go. This chase group now, they're going through the feed zone, getting bottles, throwing their bottles, their empties back to their team, and then taking on more water. They'll be tired going up that hill, but I think they'll be happy that it's a feed, or it's not a bad place for a feed zone, I think, because it's easy for them to grab the bottles, not going quite as fast. It can be pretty tricky to grab bottles going 40, 50K an hour.
Right. Looks like they're on... Yeah, it looks like they're on this larger climb.
They're coming through the feed zone. When they hit 37 kilometers to go is when they'll be on it. So they're just coming into the base of this Ahopsanche, or 9 mountain pass again.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
I got you. They're just about to be on it, right.
It's a big pack still. So this must be the main peloton. They're now starting to hit the feed zone as well.
They look, yes,
tired.
A bit relaxed, and yeah, some of these riders look perhaps even tired. But I don't think they're having to do too much at this point. I mean, obviously they have to climb, and these climbs are not easy. But the pack won't be going full on because there's a lot of representation up at the front right now.
Yeah. That one was rider 91 taking on a bottle. From Team Nusantara Cycling out of Indonesia. So lots of different countries and diverse teams represented at this race this year. The chase group is now back to 1 minute 48 seconds. They've had 3 minutes back. Looks like things are pretty well settled to go into the finish, aren't they? That chase doesn't seem to be making... They're not losing much time, but they're not really gaining back much time either. We'll see, though. They have 2 large climbs, and maybe if the lead group takes their time on it, they'll be able to eat away a little bit more at that gap. The leaders now should be starting this climb, Aopsanche. So we will see how they take it, if they're going to attack or just run steady.
Yes. That's going to be the question. You have that climb, and then you have, again, the KLM climb.
Yes. And another sprint point in here before we go to finish as well. So with 22 kilometers to go, there's a sprint point, same as the last one. That'll be for time bonuses as well as sprint points. And then with just 10 kilometers to go, they top out the final climb of Mamji Pass.
And I'm thinking that's going to be the one where you're going to see some very large attacks.
Yes.
Because people are going to start thinking about who's going to win this GC at that point. They got a downhill after that. It's just 10 kilometers left, and yeah, it's not going to be too flat for that end there. So they'll be relying on a little bit of skill for the downhill and some time trial skill as well. So you might see the good descenders and even the time trialists come out of that from this breakaway here.
Yes, for sure. Lots of strategy to think about. Looks like there was a couple teams with 2 riders in there, and then a bunch of guys who are alone. So they will have to think, what is the best strategy to win on the day?
Yeah, you saw the rider from Geoje earlier. He was conserving quite a bit.
Yes. You can see this green rider here. Looks like he's struggling. He was the one who was grabbing on to the peloton. They just barely caught on, and he worked so hard to get up there. It's awful when you get up to the group. You don't want to get dropped again, but he's really struggling, it looks like, to keep up right now.
Looks like that's Victoria. Team Victoria. That's on the jersey design.
Yep. So we'll see. The poor guy's getting dropped, it looks like. He might end up back in the chase group. So, yep, you can see the riders. They're on this long climb, though. Taking a steady pace. dropping one guy.
Let's see if he can
Number
find his way back.
75. So that's rider number 75, Victoria Nicole Pereza from the Philippines. So feeling sorry for him. It's not easy to catch on and get in that lead group, but hopefully he can jump in with these chasers and still record a good finish and take on some more water.
Who knows? Maybe the chasers will start to have a bit easier time, and they'll ease up at the front there when they're thinking about, you know, who's going to get the GC, who's going to take this last KOM points.
Yep.
And if they're going to attack on the KOM climb for the GC rather than the KOM points,
Yep.
that could cause a little bit of slowness in the breakaway. And
It could, yeah.
give a chance to these riders that are chasing behind to catch up.
Yep.
And that will give our rider here that has just dropped off another chance.
Yep.
Perhaps. But it is quite a gap, so...
So interesting tactics here. The two riders from Yukio are at the front, pacing, and the two riders from Li Ning Star are at the back having a chat, probably talking about strategy. How do we want to do this? Who should attack when? Or should we try to take this to a sprint? Number 4 from Ujai there. That's Kane Richards. Going back to get some water. Number 43 here.
It's Max Campbell from
Cascade from his body ramp. That's an Australian registered pro team. There are many Australian riders here.
It's a full Australian team
yeah,
in this
but
race.
There are
anyway.
only 2 Australian registered teams in the race.
Correct. Them and St. George Continental Cycling Team.
Yeah, looking at these chasers, they're just taking a nice steady pace. I don't know if they've... I think they probably... When I'm in this situation, I think, you know, we want to just cement our place here. It's probably not in their mindset to try to actually catch the leaders now, but they want to hold off the peloton if they can. Get some good times, and you still get they'll still get some prize money and things for getting top 20 GC finishes, so it's still worth it. And there's also a team ranking for the race, so it uses the top 3 times of each team each day. So it's worthwhile for the teams to have people even in the second breakaway because they can improve their team ranking now. No team has 3 riders in its lead group, so the team that has the first 3 riders coming in time-wise will be the leader in the classification.
In this chasing group, you had the leading star rider. You just let the quick pro rider come in through and take the lead for this climb. It looks like they're rotating pretty well. They understand what their responsibilities are, and they need to put their heads down and chase to see if they can close that time gap, or at least just keep the gap small enough so that they can have a chance later on in this racing series to in this stage race, and another stage perhaps, to take a little bit more time back on the breakaway of today.
Yes, exactly.
And some of these riders in the chasing group have teammates up the road even, so it would be an advantage if they were able to catch. But I'm not sure if they're really thinking about catching, or if they're thinking about just keeping a solid gap.
Yes, we'll see what they end up doing. Lots of beautiful flowers on the side of the road today at this race. You've lived in Korea for a long time. It's always beautiful in the springtime, and different flowers seem to come out each month of the year.
Exactly. Right now, I think is the time where the most flowers are out. You can see it close to Seoul. You can see it in the middle of the country, in the countryside.
Even down here in Geoje, in the Tour de Gyeongnam area as well.
Exactly. It seems like there are locals who will go out on the sides of the roads and literally plant flowers everywhere.
Yeah.
And they'll do this year round, or even at special times of the year they'll do that. Especially along the bicycle paths, where I used to live, they would plant different plants with different flowers on the sides of the bicycle paths throughout the summer and spring.
Wow, that's super nice.
Yeah, it's incredible to see. I'm not sure how the system works, whether they're paid to do this or they're just doing it
out of the goodness of their hearts.
Yeah,
to
exactly.
keep their village beautiful. Yeah. So at the head of the race here again, looks like this rider here was having a little trouble, but he seemed to have caught back on. Maybe he dropped his chain or something like that. on the downhill of Aosanjae, and then they'll want to get some water and food in before this intermediate sprint. So
You can see them all reaching for water, reaching for food.
yep,
You know, pretty much the downhill is one of the only places they're going to have the breath to be able to do it, because everywhere else they're working so hard.
yep.
It's just such an undulating course. Ooh, you can see one rider just lost the bottle there. I don't think that was intentional.
No, but it can be dangerous. You don't want to run over somebody else's water bottle. It can be something that causes a crash. So lucky nobody hit that.
You can see there are cat eyes in the middle of the road, so if they accidentally hit a cat eye while they're trying to put a bottle away or get it out, you know,
Yep.
it can
So the riders are
cause a jolt.
have to keep their eyes on the road at all times to make sure they're not hitting anything. That is, so rider number 66, he does look like he has a problem. He was the one who, he looked like he was trying to fix his bike and it just caught back on. So he put his hand out to
That's
call for
Rain
his
Tarme.
That's Rain Tarme. So he put his hand out to call for his team car. So I don't know if he's having a bike issue or what.
I would think he would be looking for some nutrition at this point.
Yeah.
Just my guess. Because the bike doesn't seem to have any issue.
Yeah, it seems his pedaling looks strange to me though. I wonder if he's having a chain or shifting problem. I guess we'll find out. I hope he's able to get what he needs taken care of though. That can definitely be stressful in a race when something goes wrong with your bike. Beautiful drone shot here. See rolling over the hills, then back down into the harbor. You can see there the village. They've designed it so they keep the waves from coming in and disturbing the boats. But yes, Gyeongnam is a very beautiful place. We'll be looking forward to seeing lots of nice views like this. Lots of nice views like this throughout the next 4 days of racing.
As you go through these sections, you can see this nice bridge here.
Yep.
That they've built for the hikers or people walking out to that small area. But yeah, the smells of the ocean are flowing throughout this island, everywhere. You can feel like you're at the beach pretty much anywhere here. It's a rather small island, but really, really excellent to ride a bicycle or motorcycle or even drive around, which a lot of people do every weekend.
Going through Dapori, it looks like right now.
And one of the Team Fuel riders coming back here for some nutrition on the break.
Yes. Just getting an update. The chasers are 2 minutes back now.
They've got white.
And the peloton's only 3 minutes, so I wonder if they'll be able to hold off the peloton or not. If they lose momentum, it's not going to be easy.
Right. Yeah, with just a minute gap. Perhaps if the peloton accelerates on that last KOM, they could dig in a minute on those chasers. They could. If they start really thinking about trying to shave off some time from these breakaway riders for the GC. Perhaps some of these teams that are in the peloton still have a GC hopeful.
They may, yes. But there are some more hard days. There's plenty of time for this to reset on the other stages.
That's true.
So, and 30K to go. That's about 18 miles. 22.5K is the intermediate sprint.
Yeah, no, I was going to say along the lines of sprint. Some of those teams in the peloton, they may just be going for stage wins. So
yep.
This wouldn't really be a stage if they have a sprinter, for example. This really wouldn't be a stage that they're super focused on. So if they want their sprinter to win stages, they would maybe focus on a different stage that's a little flatter, ones where they can keep their sprinter at the front. So they would conserve today, and then focus on those stages. Use their energy to keep their sprinters close to the front on the later stages, so they can win.
Yes, totally agree. When I was racing seriously, I was more of a sprinter myself. But you do these stage races, and you've got to make it through every day in order to be able to participate in the sprint stages. So some of those teams, like you said, will be thinking, we're here for the sprints. Let's save our legs today. Try when it's a flatter course.
I remember you being pretty smart and not pulling through ever. So good tactics.
It's not easy to pull on these breakaways. These guys are all working hard.
That's true.
Looks like the team, they're doing a good job of sharing the workload now, but I think these two guys from Team Yu-Gi-Oh, Dadi Tomoso and his teammate Racconi, have really been doing the bulk of the work, though, it appears. So the team leading star riders have not been pulling through as much. I think probably when they figured out they had a 2-minute gap, you know, they thought maybe it's time to save our energy and fight out amongst ourselves rather than working on getting away. They've established that the winner is going to come out of this group for the most part.
Sure.
So they're focusing on that stage win instead of trying to grow the gap of the group.
You can see Batsakan, the Ujai rider, kind of sitting there in the back again.
Yeah. Well, he has no teammate, so I think it's in his strategic interest to save his energy by drafting as much as possible and then trying to sprint at the end.
Do you think that's why he's kind of letting a little gap go there?
Maybe he wants to be the last one in the group.
Yep. So he's just making the rider behind him close that gap, and then he'll close it himself. When somebody else comes back, he'll perhaps do the same thing again.
Yep.
The rider behind will get nervous and will think, "Oh, this guy's dropping."
Yep.
There we go. So shuffle there.
Yep, I think these guys are this is just an easier rolling part of the course. Not
Right.
too steep, which can keep steady pace, keep the breakaway rolling. But it's always frustrating. See, that guy he just pulled off to the side. Nobody really pulled through for him.
Yep.
He's going to look at his guys he's riding with and say, "Hey, guys, we're supposed to be working together here until we get to the finish. Why didn't anybody pull through and help?"
Well, these climbs are actually, 7.5%, 8% each.
Yeah.
And they're not all tiny. A couple of them are, but yeah, I think this one in particular tops out at 42 meters, looks like. Coming from around 12 meters at the base. So could be what we're looking at here.
Yeah, it looks like a St. George rider up there who's really trying to pull and keep them going, but not getting much help. That's, number 86, Daniel Whitehouse. He's from Great Britain, but riding for an Australian team. And as a solo rider, I think he wants to ensure they have as big a gap as possible so he gets a good GC finish. But the other guys don't seem too interested in helping him with that.
Once I've gone there, getting quite a bit of nutrition. I think it was handed 4 different things there.
Wow.
So he should be fully refreshed for this final KOM, King of the Mountains climb. He's already taken the first one, so let's see if he can snag that second one. Or if that's even
he was
his.
second. Oh yeah, he did take first.
Yeah.
Maybe his goal is just to take the King of the Mountains jersey.
Right. And that climb again is coming at 22 kilometers, 22.5 kilometers left. So we'll see that kick off. Let's see if he's focused on that or if he's purely focused on the win. You can see him shaking his legs there. Usually when riders, and another guy hitting his quads with his hands.
Yeah.
Usually when riders are doing that, it's indicating that it's a little warm out. Perhaps they've started, their muscles are feeling tight, maybe cramping.
Yeah, I would hope that everybody got enough electrolytes and things with them so that nobody has a cramp. But I'm sure these guys have been working hard. This is not an easy course with all these rollers.
Exactly.
They've had to use a lot of power consistently rather than where a totally flat race, would have been a little bit easier on the legs. This with so many rollers, even if you're following, it's not easy to keep the pace.
You can see the average there is 40.7 kilometers an hour with this kind of undulation. This course in total has, according to the road book there, it's 2,500 meters of climbing.
Wow.
In 116, 115 kilometers. That's an incredible amount of climbing for such a short course. So to keep 40 kilometers an hour as an average speed, that's tough. I can tell you our race when it's on this course is nowhere near that.
Yeah, us as amateurs can't go quite as fast.
No.
But hey, give us some credit. We ride fast too.
Yeah. We do what we can with our jobs.
Yeah, these guys just maintaining a steady pace here. Looks like they're just interested in kind of keeping it together until they get to that final KOM, and then there'll probably be quite a few attacks blowing up. Getting some more bottles for the Seoul City Hall riders. Curious, the blue license plate on that Seoul City cycling team indicates that that's an electric vehicle. Korea has blue license plates if you have an electric hydrogen car. So if you ever visit, you'll get that.
Are there any advantages to having an electric car in Korea?
Oh, I think they have some tax and other advantages, parking, toll fees. But a bicycle is even better than an electric car, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. And there's
no parking and no toll fees at all.
There's really great infrastructure for electric vehicles here as well. A lot of the apartment complexes have their own stations in each floor of their parking garages for electric vehicles. A lot of the shopping centers do as well. Yeah.
Riders here in the peloton just chilling, trying to make it to the end, I think, today, and then ride again tomorrow. So.
Cache riders, number 43 here. Looks like Max Campbell again.
So we just got word that
his day is done.
Yeah, hopefully he can make it through to the end. I mean, it's the first day of a 5-day race. It wouldn't be very nice if he wasn't able to keep going.
Especially
number 43.
That's Max Campbell.
Yeah.
Especially at the top of this climb here, it looks like they're going to roll down. Yeah, it looks like.
So if anybody's curious, number 75, who got dropped out of our lead group, Nicole Perea, he did join the chase group now, so they will be combining that. The group, the second chase, he's in the first chase group.
Yes, to us there from the Philippines, Victoria Sports.
And the chase group is now at 2:45 back, so it really looks like they've lost a little bit more time, but they are still pacing well enough they'll stay away from the peloton, but they're not making any headway on the race leaders.
Look at that leading. Yeah, they're going pretty quick here. 69, 68, 71. So yeah, they're getting pretty fast. I think some of these riders will even get up to 80 kilometers an hour on the steeper descents.
Yes. Yeah, you can't tell how fast they're going. 25k to go here.
Camera's one.
Because the camera's going along with them, but 75 kilometers an hour is nearly 50 miles an hour. So they are really flying. Hopefully they're enjoying these nice roads. I think one of the nice things about these ocean roads in Korea is they don't tend to build like too steep of curves in them, so you can really keep your momentum when you're riding.
That's right. At least in this stage. You might see some sharper corners in a different stage, but there aren't really big climbs. Usually on the larger climbs, you'll see a lot of these descents with sharp corners where riders will have to hit their brakes, but I'm not seeing too much of that here.
No, these guys are going full gas down these.
Exactly.
Not having to slow down too much. Wow, we are getting so many comments. Thanks, guys, for tuning in. I think a lot of people are watching from the Philippines.
I wonder if we're able to translate any of the comments from other languages.
It looks like people are answering themselves. So here we are, 1K to this sprint point. So that's what these guys have probably been saving energy for. Looks looks like one of the riders is attacking early to try to get it. So we'll see if he's able to stay away. On the line is bonus seconds for the GC as well as points for the Sprinters jersey.
Yes.
So all of these riders will definitely be interested. I mean, this gap has a big group. They'll be thinking about their GC ranking, how to maximize their time today. So I think every rider in this group will be interested in trying to get these points. We can see from Rougeai Insurance, but Kisan, he is lining up. That's a pretty good position to be kicking out from. 300 meters to go, but the rider who broke away is going to take it, looks like, doesn't it?
Yep, it looks like he's going to be...
Oh, that was
there we go.
I think it's the Yu-Gi-Oh rider who went away, isn't it? We lost him. They're trying to get him. They're going through the sprint. So the leading rider took second. That rider now will slow down and wait for everybody. He was breaking away just for the purpose of getting that sprint. But maybe if he's really feeling good, he'll try to keep going. We'll see.
That looks like he's all the way off to the right side of the road. He's slowing up.
Yeah.
I don't think he'll keep going and try to stay away, especially before this big KOM.
Yeah.
That's going to come up in about 12 kilometers.
Yeah, there's a lot going on in a race. The riders have really a lot to keep track of. I mean, KO, King of the Mountains points, sprint points, and then finally for the overall GC. This is just stage one, but going forward, if they have breakaways like this, they'll be looking at who's with them, trying to calculate what place they're in overall, etc. Wow, they've raised their average to 41 kilometers an hour.
From that descent.
Yeah.
And that sprint.
Number 53 from Leaning Star got that sprint point. 23, Christian Relanu got the sprint point. He is from Romania, riding for the Chinese team. So they'll be happy with themselves. That's a good pickup for them. But they'll want to also maintain for this stage sprint at the end as well. They've caught the rider who got that point. Now they're cruising. They have about 11K now to the next one.
Christian Relanu could actually be their GC hopeful for today. He is a GC rider. He's an all-rounder. He has the most wins of anybody on the Leaning Star team, and he's been racing for 17 seasons.
Wow!
He's 33 years old. We could see him as their GC hopeful for today. So let's see if they don't set him up again for the win.
I spoke too soon. The breakaway rider is actually still up there. He did not give up. So, you see him up there?
Yes.
Yeah.
For sure.
Wow.
Yeah, I thought him pulling over to the side of the road was indication that he was done. But he has his head down and he's pushing quite hard, which is making these guys chase really hard.
So you can see kind of the coordination of the breakaway is breaking up a little bit because it's getting closer to the finish. Riders are getting tired and they're thinking about saving their energy for the end. Nobody would want to be the one who has to use their energy to get up and chase this guy down. So some of these people have to have a teammate and they might say, okay, you go chase him down for me. But it's not ideal. Yeah, right now it looks like the purple jersey is St. George at the front, chasing him down.
And I think we're on one of the
Daniel Whitehouse on the front chasing.
One of the larger undulations before the main KOM climb. So they are having to do quite a bit of climbing. This tops out at about 142 meters, coming up from 12 meters. So I believe it's about 130 meter elevation gain on this climb here.
So this is nothing. Yeah, this is not a tiny climb.
No. It's just another.
Looks like the top of the climb goes through the Hakdong Wildlife Refuge. Like we said, most of this race is actually racing through a national park, so they've got different things to protect the wildlife in place. And with 13K to go, they'll hit the base of the final really big climb, Mangchi Pass, for the final time. Just getting word that there's only 10 riders remaining in the lead group now. was 12 when we started. So another rider is getting dropped.
Wow. You had mentioned Hakdong there. Hakdong actually, they have a beach that's filled with black pebbles. It's Black Pebble Beach.
Oh wow.
Those black pebbles, when you walk on them, they're supposed to be therapeutic for your body, but via your pressure points on your feet.
Oh, that's very like Oriental medicine kind of.
Yes, you could think of it like that. Yes, exactly. They're volcanic and sedimentary bedrocks that have been shaped over many, many years from the waves crashing on them. So a lot of people visit that beach to go and walk on the rocks, and although it's not as comfortable and easy to get around on as sand, you can wear water shoes and get over them pretty easily and have a nice swim.
Sounds like it'd be a nice place to bring my kids to go for a swim at the beach.
Oh yeah, for sure.
They have been to Gyeongnam before. We visited another part of Gyeongnam just 2 months ago. My
Where?
wife and my kids. Myeong
Ah, Myeong.
is also Gyeongnam.
Myeong has excellent riding, actually.
Oh, I imagine. It looked very beautiful.
I think Myeong is close to where Gyeongnam Alps.
Yes,
Gyeongnam Alps.
it is. Yeah, part of the Gyeongnam Alps is in Myeong as well.
Exactly. They have Eden Valley there.
Yes,
which
Eden
is a
Valley Ski Resort.
A ski resort where they
There's
have
a lot of things in the Gyeongnam. You can ski.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can go surfing in different parts of it.
Yes.
You can enjoy the beach in general. Great cycling.
All of it right around Busan.
Yes.
That major city in the southern portion. Like I said, it's so easy to get around. Everywhere.
Yes. Great public transportation in Korea.
Take a bus anywhere you want, with the bike or without the bike. There are plenty of buses going to each city and coming from each city every day. So it's really easy to get around.
Rider 224 has a mechanical problem. Kim Ji-hun, Korea. It does look like Rain Tarmay. Is he still in this group?
I think so.
He is, okay. There are only 10 riders remaining in this group, though. Is the breakaway rider still away? We can't really see him here.
No, can't see him. It looks like we're looking at here. Ukyo, number 11, Dati Tommaso. He's an all-arounder, but not much of a sprinter. He's a hill climber.
Okay.
Yes.
So we'll see if he takes his chances on this final long climb coming up. Final ride over Mountain Pass.
Yeah, he also has quite an ability on the punchy climbs as well. So he's considered a bit of a puncher as well.
Okay. After this Mangji climb, you can see on the profile, there's not many hills left. It's pretty much a steady roll down into town. So,
interesting fact about him. Also, this year, 2026 Tour of the Alps, he had the first points classification.
Oh wow!
So we're looking at a rider that definitely has right now the form, potentially has the form to take this race victory.
Wow! So we will see. We'll have to keep our eyes peeled on Tommaso Dati here and see how he does.
Yes.
Looks like the Rizai rider has a problem with his bike too. He was grabbing his seat. I wonder what's wrong with it.
He's also shaking his legs quite a bit too. Yeah. Oh, looks like they've got a gap here.
Yeah.
This is dangerous. These riders are going to have to really think about this.
Yeah.
There we go. So somebody's got to take the responsibility and chase.
White Horse chasing. He seems to be chasing a lot. White Horse.
White House? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think they'll catch him into downhill, but yeah, it's not easy for their legs to have these small breakaways go and have to keep chasing, using energy.
These guys are going to have to rotate through. You'll notice, at least for the two teams that are represented by two riders here, Team Gyo and Leaning Star, they'll want to keep their riders possibly separated. They'll let their GC hopeful go in front there, if their GC hopeful was in that first group, and they won't chase.
That makes sense. All back together now, though, aren't
Yeah,
they?
but it's back together.
But now somebody who was in that second group might think, okay, it's time to attack. There goes Rain Terme.
There you go.
Oh,
Looks like he's
just moving up a
doing an
little bit,
easy
stretching
move.
his legs a little bit. You can tell he's a veteran rider, though. He's been very well positioned right in the middle, back of the pack. Wow, there's 3 Li Ning riders now.
So it would be definitely up to them to start playing tactics and do some attacks, just like they have been.
Yeah.
Also with Team Ukyo, they would want to do the same, not sit on the front and pull.
Yeah, the lead group has changed again, so there are 9 riders remaining now. They've been dropping a couple guys. Death by 1,000 cuts. 10. Oh, they did catch one more. So I think they've caught the guy who was away by himself.
Yes.
These are the leaders now, and they have about 6 kilometers left till the final long climb finishes. So in about 3 kilometers, they'll be starting that climb. They'll be looking perhaps to save their legs now for that final climb. Take out some water, get a gel or 2 in before they have to that final test to see if they can make it or not.
I still haven't seen Batsakan go through for a long pull.
No.
Maybe I wasn't paying attention quite perfectly, but it looks like he's been on the back most of the time. So he could be using that same tactic he was on that first KOM point. But again, not sure whether this is going to be for the KOM or for the victory.
Yes, we'll have to see.
We got the 2 leading star riders here talking to each other, discussing roles. Hey, how do you feel? How are your legs? Are you cramping?
Yep.
I know I'm cramping.
I remember that kind of stuff as well.
Oh yeah.
Leading star riders are in the 20s. They're numbered 21 through 26. Yeah, so there's Ralanu and Shinsek, Netherlands for them.
Shinsek, yeah, okay. Niels. You're from the Netherlands, yeah.
Back at the peloton here, riders keep taking on water. These guys still need to finish. They're 5 minutes behind, but I don't think they have to worry about the time cut. But riders today who are more than 12% behind the time of the winner are cut from the race. So they do need to make sure that they keep not too far behind. So at 100, if the race takes 100 minutes, then they have 12 minutes to finish. If they finish more than 12 minutes behind, they'll be cut out of the race. So the peloton's next is this is still plenty. They can take their time and ride to the finish. It looks like.
Rider there getting the sticky bottle.
You can see on this
Jumping
map
off.
really illustrates how far behind the pack is now.
Yeah,
They're totally behind on the coast.
Quite a gap, 5 minutes.
Yeah.
So this will definitely be a large enough gap to maybe be a decision on the GC, just on the first stage here.
Yeah, I can imagine that this pack that's leading, the GC winner overall, will probably be one of those riders, but you never know. There's some hard stages still to come.
True.
So
anything can happen.
Yeah.
It's the first day, so 5-day stage race, anything can happen.
So they're going to come up, you look at this map, do a hard left turn, and then they're going to hit that final climb up Mountain Pass for the 3rd time today. And I think it's interesting when you do circuits versus when you're seeing the climb for the first time. Now that they've done it 3 times, all the riders will have a feeling for where might be a good place to attack and run pace. So it might be more difficult to actually really break it up.
Right.
See how they do.
Right. I imagine that we're going to see just brute power at the base of the climb. Somebody will start winding it up, and then as you get to the middle or maybe 3/4 of the way up the climb, you'll see some attacks start coming. Maybe even just at the end. It depends on what each person is thinking of. If they're thinking of the KOM points or if they're thinking of the GC, so.
Yeah, I think that we'll see, a couple of those guys definitely go for those KOM points, but a lot of the riders will probably just want to save their legs over that climb and try to catch back on the downhill in the sprint.
Right, it's long enough after the finish of the climb that they may not be able to time trial their way against all of those other riders. It's a big enough group. If it was, a 3-man, 4-man breakaway, somebody could get away and stay away. There wouldn't be perhaps enough horsepower in the chasers to catch them. But here it's 10 riders in the breakaway, so if one guy goes off the front, he knows he's got to do a lot of work.
Here they are going through that sharp left-hand corner, so now they're getting on to the base of this climb.
And immediately
13K,
out of the
the
saddle.
top is 10K, yep.
Immediately out of the saddle for some of these riders. Yeah, back in the saddle. They're easing in. And you'll see these riders start ramping it up.
Wow, that White House is really doing a lot of work today. He's still up at the front pacing. Wants a little bit of help from some other guys.
Perhaps a key domestique there.
Yeah. Number 25 there. Nicholas Cameron Scott from Leading Star, saving some
Australian.
energy. Yeah. Sorry, number 23. That's Christian Rowland, saving energy there. But everybody's pulling off. You see, one guy takes a little pull and he moves over, looks for somebody else to take over the pacemaking. Nobody's really trying to set a steady pace yet, are they? So we'll see. This is ripe. When the riders start going like this, then somebody usually tries to break away. But maybe they feel it's a bit too early on the climb. They want to sacrifice their shot anyway. Oh, here goes one rider.
Go. They're starting to kick off here.
Yep. Okay, and they're all going to try to chase on. They don't want anybody to get away. Because if they let those people get 5-10 seconds over the top of the climb, it's possible they could be gone.
Not even halfway up the climb yet. And you've got
141
quite a
struggle. That looks like Peter Rikunov of Wheeltop Rotor Chengdu, another Chinese team. Struggling there. We'll see if he's able to get back or group up with some other riders to chase back on. Mongolian champion Latsakin here. Looks like he's struggling, but he looks like he'll catch back on. Out of the saddle there. Doing everything he can to keep on the wheel of the guys who are going to be in his final pack.
Peter Rukinov is quite an experienced racer, doing a lot of his races in China, as that's where their team is based. He wins most of the races in China, actually.
Wow!
So he's got quite some experience with wins. He's had first in GC Tour of Poyang Lake in 2024 and 2025. So that's pretty recent. He's 29 years old. Has had 12 seasons under his belt.
For reference, when we started cycling, 29, 30 we used to be the peak of performance in cycling.
Yes.
It seems like the top riders now, though, are really more like 25, 26.
Yeah,
so.
exactly. even younger than that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's some top 19-year-olds this year.
Exactly.
So.
Seychelles is a sensation.
So White House here on the front of the group trying to chase back these. Looks like there's 3 riders that have broken away. He's also trying to get up to them, leave the others behind. Rain Terme chasing, making a good pace.
Looks like these other riders are just pacing.
Yeah, I think their goal would be not to get dropped. They want to stay in this lead group till the finish. But maybe these guys who have attacked, are they going for the KOM or are they going away for the stage? We'll find out.
Looks like they've got the gap. It's going to be a lot of work to catch back up.
It is.
I'm not seeing Peter Rukinov here yet.
No, they said he got dropped on the race radio just now.
Okay.
So
he's had his day.
yes, poor guy. But hopefully he can. We'll see if he's able to keep it all the way to the line, stay, not get caught by that chase group.
These
1
guys
kilometer
are on
to go.
full power.
Wow. Suffering.
Standing,
Team Yukio
slogging
with
it.
2 riders up there, though. Wow. They look very strong.
Yeah, they brought their climbers to this one,
Yeah.
and I think they were actually doing a little bit of resting in the pack there. But it looks like they're caught.
Yep.
Let's see if they ease up due to the riders catching on, or if they're going to kick again.
Yes. 5 riders now in this lead group, so they've really decimated it from 12 when they started this final lap. 500 meters to go to the top of the climb. We'll see if they stay together, if somebody else tries to attack. 2 Yukio riders in there, and number 31 is the one who attacked. That is Edna Van Engel from Terengganu Cycling.
Yeah, Terengganu.
Terengganu Cycling out of Malaysia, but he is a Dutch rider in Netherlands. Good climber, so we'll see. These looks like these 5 are going to be duking it out for the KOM. And they're starting to hold their breath. The Yukio rider is doing a lead out. I think he's hoping his teammate will take it, or at least prevent any more breakaways. Starting to ramp up for this sprint. The other Yukio rider's chilling there at the very back, so we'll see if he tries to come around or if they're just gonna.
Ooh, 50
wait it out.
meters to go.
The leading star rider's going for it. There he goes.
Yeah.
Takes the KOM.
It looks like they're going to be focused on the GC from here on out.
They look behind each other, and what are they looking for? They're looking. How far are these guys? Are they going to catch us real quick, or should we just keep going?
I think they're going to keep going.
I think so too.
You have a few GC riders in there. The rider you just mentioned, Adne Van Engelen from Team Terengganu, he's a GC rider. He's an all-rounder. He's 33 years old. He's got 14 seasons of racing. This is 14th. He has 2 official UCI wins. So I think we're gonna see him really going for it.
We'll see if he's a sprinter or just a climber. Because now there's still going to be 5 of them who have to duke it out.
Well, he's designated
like
as an
this
all-rounder, so I think he's won some sprints in his day too.
Okay.
Let's see if he can outmatch these guys after this plethora of climbs that they've had to deal with
This
throughout
has
the
not
day.
been an easy day for the riders.
No.
We can see this Tour de Gyeongnam did not hold anything back on this first day, pretty much shredding the pack, shredding the pack.
This is as much climbing as you typically see in a 180-kilometer race. They're packing it into less than 120 kilometers.
Yeah.
So, yeah, these riders are having to deal with a pretty brutal condition of climbs here.
Looks like this is the chase group here. So that's also down to 4 riders. They're probably going to be satisfied with just making it in ahead of the peloton. Looks like they still have more than a 2-minute gap to the pack.
A lot of cars in the
they
gap
would
here.
have they would have really wanted to take it all the way to there, catch that lead group, but it wasn't meant to happen.
No.
When you see this course with all the twists and turns, it really shows that it's important to be at the front of a race so that you can be part of the action. I think some of those guys maybe were strong enough to be in that group, but missed it because they might not have been in the right place at the right time.
Well, yeah, and also that's a 10-rider group, or when it started a little bit less, but it's still so many riders. It's hard to come back from that, especially if they're motivated and they're working well together.
Yep.
And I think they were rotating really, really well. Nobody was really thinking too much about a particular thing that they wanted to win. I mean, you saw, of course, a couple of times a couple of riders just sitting on the back, but eventually they all rotated and pulled through. So that led to the success, I think, of the breakaway that you
For 146.
see up the road. Yeah, that's Interbold Bolt.
Yep. So this is still our second group here. Yep.
But I think
Taking on this climb.
I think the breakaway fractured quite a bit.
Yes, I just heard through the race radio that the 2 riders did catch back on the group is 7 riders.
Okay.
So we will see
So we
once
lost
they bring
3?
us back. Yeah, we lost 3.
Okay.
We'll see once they bring us back to the front camera what's going on.
Yeah, we knew about was it Christian Rolanu?
And here we are back at the head of the race.
Yes.
Okay, so yes, it looks like we are at 7 riders now. Who has made it through that final selection? We see Rain May up there. See the 2 Leaning Star riders, 2 Yukio riders. And that was Niels Shinchek from Leaning Star who took that KO.
Okay. Yeah. I think we need to figure out where he was on the first KOM.
Yes,
To see if he's
if he
leading the
got
points.
Yeah. So I think this is our selection probably. They'll take it to the line. They look like they're working well and steady together for now.
62 kilometers an hour. They are flying.
Yeah. But with 2 people with teammates, 2 Yu-Gi-Oh! And 2 Leaning Star riders, those guys are going to feel pressure probably to either attack or trade attacks with their teammates, or have one do the pacemaking.
You can see there Team Yu-Gi-Oh! Just sitting off the back, letting the other riders slot in. The Dutch rider there.
Yeah, Van Edna.
From Terengganu. Exactly. That means he's definitely going to be conserving a little bit. I would imagine at this point it's not going to be simply because he's tired. He's thinking about a victory, or I saw him hitting his legs there, his quads.
Yeah,
it could be because he's experiencing a little cramping or tightness.
Yep. Going past 5 kilometers to go now.
He's getting talked to. Ooh, it's getting a little bit dangerous on the cap here.
Interesting. What do you think they're saying to each other? These are both people with teammates, aren't they?
For sure it is. Get up there. I'm going to sit on your wheel. If you don't get up there, we're getting dropped together. And I would imagine that if the Leaning Star rider sits on the wheel long enough, he'll get a rest, come around if the other guy doesn't fulfill that responsibility.
Yep. We just rode past a school. Some kids coming out to cheer the riders on. Probably a pretty fun day for them. Coming into town now. 4 kilometers to go. Today we're going to finish in front of a botanical garden, I believe.
Yes. Sure enough, Tommaso Tanti, he had to take that responsibility and catch back up. But he's experienced. He knows what he's doing. He'll try it again on the next go-around.
Yep.
I would imagine.
And these guys, I think, who have no teammates will not be motivated to pull. But there's Rain Tarme on the front. He's alone. But he'll take a short pull and move back. Want to save his energy.
Yes.
Wow, impressive race today, but boy, these guys really worked hard.
Still going.
Leaning Star there, having a little team meeting, chat probably about who should be sprinting, who should be leading out, what are the tactics going to be.
How are you feeling? Terrible.
Exactly. They have 3.2. There's 3.5K to go. It's enough time to talk, but once there's 2K left, I think there's no more time to talk. You have to have it figured out what you're going to be doing.
Yeah, looks like they're working well together. They haven't started their round of attacks quite yet.
Nope.
I think it should start here pretty soon.
White House and Ben Endo there, just slotting through. People are still going steady, no attacks yet. It's a bit early, 3 kilometers to go, but I think, if you don't think you're a sprinter, you really got to take your shot when there's about 1.5 kilometers to go.
That's right, and even the domestiques for the teams that have 2 riders, they can take off. They can do an all-out effort. Maybe they get the victory, but if they're chased down, then it's up to their teammate to counter.
Right.
And it's that much easier to counter.
So that's a good, they could start doing that kind of cat and mouse stuff now if they're not confident in their sprint. But we'll see if Team Yukio decides to just lead it out, keep a steady pace. Nope, he's just taking a short pull. Nobody wants to pull too long here.
To explain that counter a little bit, a little bit better. It's a counter attack. So when one rider goes out alone in front of the pack and gets a gap, but then that gap closes back down, another rider then will come out and try to sprint away and keep a gap the same.
Yep.
That's called a counter attack. Might see those happening, but we're getting pretty close to the line here.
Yep. So these last 2 kilometers, it looks like, looking at the profile, are basically totally flat. So these guys will just be going together, seeing who attacks, seeing who wants to sprint. 2 kilometers to go. Looks like it's pretty much a straight shot, no corners remaining.
Got number 14 there in the back, Simone Rakani. Up 21. Switch over. Simon Pilau. From Switzerland.
Yes, number 21 there. Coming down to it, it looks like it might just come down to a sprint. Nobody seems willing to attack right now. They're still keeping a good pace to prevent attacks, but let's keep their eyes up through this last roundabout.
This rider in the back here, Simon Pilau.
So
he's an all-arounder.
Interesting. They split themselves through the roundabout.
Oh, you can see some took the short way around, some took the long way, and they're gonna have to make up for this gap.
There was an official pointing them to go the other way around the roundabout, actually, but some of those guys saw this is a shorter way, and they went for it. So, wow. Coming into 1K to go. Yes, 1K to go. They're all together, but there's 2 guys who went the wrong way through that turn.
They've had to expend quite a bit of energy to chase back on.
Not ideal for the sprint. We'll see how they feel.
But as I was saying, the Simon Pilau, he's ridden in the Giro and the Vuelta 2 times.
Wow.
He's ridden in Milan San Remo and Tour Lombardia, so we could see his experience. There you go.
Somebody's attacking off the left.
Yes. It looks like a pretty solid attack, and only one rider's trying to chase, but he's not able to close that gap.
Yep. The rest of the 5 of them are looking at each other.
This
and
looks
who's
like
going to chase.
This looks like potentially a winning move.
They finish up there in front of the high school. They should be coming into the finish.
Ooh,
any
that gap's
second
coming
now.
down. The second rider is catching up. He might close the gap.
See the finish up there. The drone is following. 200 meters to go.
That gap is holding.
Yes. It's a Yukio rider.
Yes.
Looks
that gap
like
is holding.
Wow.
There it is. Up for the win.
Team Leaning Star in second.
And Team Yukio in third.
Wow.
So Team Yukio has it
first and third.
First and third, yes.
Wow, they really established some dominance on this first stage. Very impressive.
Amazing.
I think they definitely put themselves out there as the team to watch along with Leaning Star today. The leading group has finished. So we'll have to see what the GC results shake out to be with the bonus seconds and things that were on the line. And then these guys will all be watching each other the next couple days to see who tries to break away and who can take home that yellow jersey for this 2026 tour to Gyeongnam.
That was quite a long breakaway, though, Derek. I think that tomorrow they're going to have to conserve a little bit.
Yeah.
Because they're going to be tired from this stage. I mean, especially with the amount of pounding on their quads they were doing in the later part of this stage.
It's possible somebody else who is in the pack will have better legs tomorrow and be able to attack and gain some time themselves.
That's right.
So
it's going to have to be a really strategic race from here on out. I would imagine that the riders who finished today are the strongest riders out of the pack. A lot of them GC contenders in most of the racing that they do. So perhaps they will maintain this throughout the race. But strategically, if other teams weren't involved, then they'll want to keep those riders out of breakaways in stages to come.
Yep. We will see. We're looking at the Geoje Botanical Garden here.
Yes, it's a dome botanical garden, so all of the gardens are within the dome.
Oh, cool. Wow. I'd like to visit that someday. So the race prediction for today was that the fastest the peloton would come in was at 1:27, and they came in at at 1:20 basically. So they were about 4 or 5 minutes faster than the fastest prediction. The slower prediction was 1:52 if they had a slow day.
Wow. Amazing. I've actually been in those botanical gardens, by the way. Rather recently, the last couple of years. It's definitely beautiful in there. The whole area is beautiful. But it's still really countryside. A lot of farmers around there. And
Sure. That's what makes it a nice place to ride a bicycle, I suppose.
Exactly.
You need to have some quiet roads.
Took good care of the roads. A little bit of farming mud here and there.
Yeah.
On the roads. We're waiting
So
for our
before we
chasers to come back around here.
Yeah. Before we sign off, let's just say thank you for joining us today. I'm Derek Lon.
I'm Daniel Marquardt.
And we'll be bringing you coverage tomorrow and all the way through Saturday to the end of the race. So we hope you join us again every day of this beautiful 2026 Tour de Gyeongnam. There will be plenty more action tomorrow, I think.
Keep riding on such beautiful courses. Today was Geoje, and we'll start moving more toward the west. Gyeongnam should be tomorrow.
Yep, we can take a look at the schedule.
Right here.
Yep, tomorrow Gyeongnam, that's another hard hilly one, I believe. So
it's a lot of undulations for sure.
Solo rider coming in here, number 163. Got dropped on that climb, but was still able to maintain it to the finish. So hopefully he's pleased with his ride, recovers well, and will be back in the action tomorrow. Looking at tomorrow, as it really looks like a razor blade. Lots and lots of climbs, even more than today.
Yeah, they're very short, very steep, and there are so many of them. 104 kilometers to 2,100 meters of climbing.
There goes White House, 83.
Looks like he's got a little bit of a gap, but it's being closed.
Oh, it's a different rider, Lyndon Millistock. And number 146. So these are the guys from the chase group. They've
followed by
over the top.
Peterbolt Bolt,
Yes.
who we've seen quite a bit, the Mongolian rider.
So these guys will have worked their way up till top 15 position, it looks like, that chase group, because they caught and spit out quite a few riders who got dropped from that lead group.
Exactly.
They should be very pleased with their ride today. Set themselves up for a top 10.
Wondering who's going to be taking this. They're definitely going to sprint for it once they get to the end here.
We'll see how they see. The guy was pointing to go right around this roundabout.
Yep.
They're going to follow the rules. Here comes another peloton, another group of chasers coming in.
They are flying. Looks like they're doing somewhere around 50 kilometers an hour, 55 maybe.
Wow. Big group got together.
And let's see how they... Okay, so they're all moving to the right there around that roundabout. That wasn't like that for the first...
the guy was moved himself into the middle of the road to prevent them from taking the shortcut, I think.
Looks like the guys in the back are having to do a bit of work to catch back on. You're seeing a small gap form in the front there.
But essentially, all the riders, if they're coming in a line like this, they are all awarded at the same time. Unless there's a significant gap. It needs to be, I think, more than 1 or 2 seconds. But
right.
A gap like this could be awarded like a 1 second time difference.
They could also be thinking about some points.
Yes.
As well. Perhaps. All right.
Is low. Aircraft will return to the home point in 10 seconds.
Here comes 3 more riders. Everybody is going to be exhausted after this long day.
Yeah, we saw a finish there from the Quick Pro team rider coming on the front of that group. Just off the front of the group.
Well, based on today, I think
we're
going to
and
see
here
even more
we go.
action tomorrow.
Kicking off the sprint in the lighter group there. You can see them all bobbing their heads. And passing riders along the way.
Wow.
Ooh.
There comes a Korean rider from the LX team.
Yeah,
a
couple of them, and
Yep.
K-Sport rider as well, it seems.
Looks like the peloton got a bit shredded on the final climb as well, because that's a lot smaller than it was.
Oh,
when
yeah.
we were catching up with them last time. So beautiful drone view of the rice paddies around Geoje Island.
Resting among the mountains here.
Yep.
You can see they're also doing a little bit of tree cutting on the mountainside there. They'll cut the trees down and plant new ones.
Yes, so yeah, they do all kinds of different farming, agriculture in Korea. You can see they're doing different things on the mountains, growing rice, etc.
You got the invitation, you got the right address. You need some medication, the answer's always yes. A little chance encounter could be the one you've waited for. Just squeeze a bit more. Someone in the crowd could be the one you need to know, the one to finally lift you off the ground. Someone in the crowd could take you where you want to go, if you're the someone ready to befriend the someone.
Thanks for joining us today again. I'm Daniel Marquardt.
And I'm Derek Lond.
Yeah, we'll be seeing you for the rest of the stages starting from tomorrow.
Great. Thanks.
상상해 보세요. 당신이 그리는 내일은 어떤 모습인가요? 그 꿈 같은 풍경이 지금 마법처럼 펼쳐질지도 모릅니다. 경남 판타지, 그 이야기를 시작합니다. 아름다운 섬을 품은 남해바다, 신비로운 기운을 머금은 지리산의 숲길, 2000년을 지나온 가야의 깊은 숨결까지 역사와 문화가 살아 숨쉬는 이곳에서 머무는 것만으로 특별한 경험이 됩니다. 해안을 따라 수놓아진 크고 작은 섬들, 모두의 발길이 닿을 수 있도록, 모두의 눈에 담길 수 있도록, 머무는 모든 순간이 특별한 기억이 되는 곳, 바다가 곧 미래가 되는 경남은 동북아 해양 관광의 중심지입니다. 대한민국 제조업의 메카 경남에서 AI 혁신의 바람이 붑니다. 경남의 제조업은 이제 AI로 도약하며 첨단 제조의 새로운 시대를 열어갑니다. 자율과 혁신을 통해 한계를 넘어 더 큰 가능성에 도전합니다. 인재와 기술, 인프라가 어우러진 활기찬 경제. 경남은 내일의 성장을 향해 나아가고 있습니다. 도로와 철도, 바다와 하늘길을 넘나들며 도내 전역과 수도권이 더 빠르게 연결됩니다. 초광역 교통망으로 경남의 생활권은 더 넓게 펼쳐집니다. 누구도 소외되지 않도록, 누구도 꿈을 잃지 않도록 모든 순간을 따뜻한 손길로 보살피며 함께 걸어가는 세상. 복지, 동행, 희망으로 경남의 내일을 채워갑니다. 청년의 가능성을 믿고 그 열정이 현실이 되는 곳. 오늘의 도전으로 내일을 그려나갑니다. 경남은 청년이 배우고 성장할 수 있는 길을 넓혀갑니다. 지구를 넘어 무한한 가능성 속으로 경남의 또 다른 도약이 시작됩니다. 항공기 연구개발과 첨단 제조 인프라를 바탕으로 경남은 대한민국 우주항공 산업의 심장이 되어 우주 시대를 향해 힘차게 나아갑니다. 자연과 문화, 사람과 기술, 미래와 우주. 우리의 상상들이 음표가 되고 하나의 선율이 되어 아름답게 울려 퍼집니다. 일상의 특별함을 더해 관광의 지평을 넓히고 AI 혁신을 통해 산업의 경계를 넘어섭니다. 모두 함께 행복을 누리는 따뜻한 공동체를 만들고 끝없이 펼쳐진 우주를 향해 꿈을 쏘아 올리는 것. 이 모든 것이 경남의 판타지입니다. 상상이 현실이 되고 꿈이 일상이 되는 곳. 이곳 경남에서 당신의 내일은 눈부신 가능성으로 피어납니다. 그 가능성 위에 당신과 함께 펼쳐갈 경남 판타지.
The invitation, you got the right address. You need some medication, the answer's always yes. A little chance encounter could be the one you've waited for. Just squeeze a bit more. Someone in the crowd could be the one you need to know, the one to finally lift you off the ground. Someone in the crowd could take you where you wanna go, if you're the someone ready to be found.
상상해 보세요. 당신이 그리는 내일은 어떤 모습인가요? 그 꿈 같은 풍경이 지금 마법처럼 펼쳐질지도 모릅니다. 경남 판타지, 그 이야기를 시작합니다. 아름다운 섬을 품은 남해바다, 신비로운 기운을 머금은 지리산의 숲길, 2000년을 지나온 가야의 깊은 숨결까지 역사와 문화가 살아 숨쉬는 이곳에서 머무는 것만으로 특별한 경험이 됩니다. 해안을 따라 수놓아진 크고 작은 섬들, 모두의 발길이 닿을 수 있도록, 모두의 눈에 담길 수 있도록, 머무는 모든 순간이 특별한 기억이 되는 곳, 바다가 곧 미래가 되는 경남은 동북아 해양관광의 중심지입니다. 대한민국 제조업의 메카 경남에서 AI 혁신의 바람이 붑니다. 경남의 제조업은 이제 AI로 도약하며 첨단 제조의 새로운 시대를 열어갑니다. 자율과 혁신을 통해 한계를 넘어 더 큰 가능성에 도전합니다. 인재와 기술, 인프라가 어우러진 활기찬 경제. 경남은 내일의 성장을 향해 나아가고 있습니다. 도로와 철도, 바다와 하늘길을 넘나들며 도내 전역과 수도권이 더 빠르게 연결됩니다. 초광역 교통망으로 경남의 생활권은 더 넓게 펼쳐집니다. 누구도 소외되지 않도록, 누구도 꿈을 잃지 않도록 모든 순간을 따뜻한 손길로 보살피며 함께 걸어가는 세상. 복지, 동행, 희망으로 경남의 내일을 채워갑니다. 청년의 가능성을 믿고 그 열정이 현실이 되는 곳. 오늘의 도전으로 내일을 그려나갑니다. 경남은 청년이 배우고 성장할 수 있는 길을 넓혀갑니다. 지구를 넘어 무한한 가능성 속으로 경남의 또 다른 도약이 시작됩니다. 항공기 연구개발과 첨단 제조 인프라를 바탕으로 경남은 대한민국 우주항공 산업의 심장이 되어 우주 시대를 향해 힘차게 나아갑니다. 자연과 문화, 사람과 기술, 미래와 우주. 우리의 상상들이 음표가 되고 하나의 선율이 되어 아름답게 울려 퍼집니다. 일상의 특별함을 더해 관광의 지평을 넓히고 AI 혁신을 통해 산업의 경계를 넘어섭니다. 모두 함께 행복을 누리는 따뜻한 공동체를 만들고 끝없이 펼쳐진 우주를 향해 꿈을 쏘아 올리는 것. 이 모든 것이 경남의 판타지입니다. 상상이 현실이 되고 꿈이 일상이 되는 곳. 이곳 경남에서 당신의 내일은 눈부신 가능성으로 피어납니다. 그 가능성 위에 당신과 함께 펼쳐갈 경남 판타지.
Got the invitation, you got the right address. You need some medication, the answer's always yes. A little chance encounter could be the one you've waited for. Just squeeze a bit more. Someone in the crowd could be the one you need to know, the one to finally lift you off the ground.
상상해 보세요. 당신이 그리는 내일은 어떤 모습인가요? 그 꿈 같은 풍경이 지금 마법처럼 펼쳐질지도 모릅니다. 경남 판타지, 그 이야기를 시작합니다. 아름다운 섬을 품은 남해 바다, 신비로운 기운을 머금은 지리산의 숲길, 2000년을 지나온 가야의 깊은 숨결까지 역사와 문화가 살아 숨쉬는 이곳에서 머무는 것만으로 특별한 경험이 됩니다. 해안을 따라 수놓아진 크고 작은 섬들, 모두의 발길이 닿을 수 있도록, 모두의 눈에 담길 수 있도록, 머무는 모든 순간이 특별한 기억이 되는 곳, 바다가 곧 미래가 되는 경남은 동북아 해양 관광의 중심지입니다. 대한민국 제조업의 메카 경남에서 AI 혁신의 바람이 붑니다. 경남의 제조업은 이제 AI로 도약하며 첨단 제조의 새로운 시대를 열어갑니다. 자율과 혁신을 통해 한계를 넘어 더 큰 가능성에 도전합니다. 인재와 기술, 인프라가 어우러진 활기찬 경제. 경남은 내일의 성장을 향해 나아가고 있습니다. 도로와 철도, 바다와 하늘길을 넘나들며 도내 전역과 수도권이 더 빠르게 연결됩니다. 초광역 교통망으로 경남의 생활권은 더 넓게 펼쳐집니다. 누구도 소외되지 않도록, 누구도 꿈을 잃지 않도록 모든 순간을 따뜻한 손길로 보살피며 함께 걸어가는 세상. 복지, 동행, 희망으로 경남의 내일을 채워갑니다. 청년의 가능성을 믿고 그 열정이 현실이 되는 곳. 오늘의 도전으로 내일을 그려나갑니다. 경남은 청년이 배우고 성장할 수 있는 길을 넓혀갑니다. 지구를 넘어 무한한 가능성 속으로 경남의 또 다른 도약이 시작됩니다. 항공기 연구개발과 첨단 제조 인프라를 바탕으로 경남은 대한민국 우주항공 산업의 심장이 되어 우주 시대를 향해 힘차게 나아갑니다. 자연과 문화, 사람과 기술, 미래와 우주. 우리의 상상들이 음표가 되고 하나의 선율이 되어 아름답게 울려 퍼집니다. 일상의 특별함을 더해 관광의 지평을 넓히고 AI 혁신을 통해 산업의 경계를 넘어섭니다. 모두 함께 행복을 누리는 따뜻한 공동체를 만들고 끝없이 펼쳐진 우주를 향해 꿈을 쏘아 올리는 것. 이 모든 것이 경남의 판타지입니다. 상상이 현실이 되고 꿈이 일상이 되는 곳. 이곳 경남에서 당신의 내일은 눈부신 가능성으로 피어납니다. 그 가능성 위에 당신과 함께 펼쳐갈 경남 판타지.
Got the invitation, you got the right address. You need some medication, the answer's always yes. A little chance encounter could be the one you've waited for. Just squeeze a bit more. Someone in the crowd could be the one you need to know, the one to finally lift you off the ground.
상상해 보세요. 당신이 그리는 내일은 어떤 모습인가요? 그 꿈 같은 풍경이 지금 마법처럼 펼쳐질지도 모릅니다. 경남 판타지 그 이야기를 시작합니다. 아름다운 섬을 품은 남해바다, 신비로운 기운을 머금은 지리산의 숲길, 2000년을 지나온 가야의 깊은 숨결까지 역사와 문화가 살아 숨쉬는 이곳에서 머무는 것만으로 특별한 경험이 됩니다. 해안을 따라 수놓아진 크고 작은 섬들, 모두의 발길이 닿을 수 있도록, 모두의 눈에 담길 수 있도록, 머무는 모든 순간이 특별한 기억이 되는 곳, 바다가 곧 미래가 되는 경남은 동북아 해양관광의 중심지입니다. 대한민국 제조업의 메카 경남에서 AI 혁신의 바람이 붑니다. 경남의 제조업은 이제 AI로 도약하며 첨단 제조의 새로운 시대를 열어갑니다. 자율과 혁신을 통해 한계를 넘어 더 큰 가능성에 도전합니다. 인재와 기술, 인프라가 어우러진 활기찬 경제. 경남은 내일의 성장을 향해 나아가고 있습니다. 도로와 철도, 바다와 하늘길을 넘나들며 도내 전역과 수도권이 더 빠르게 연결됩니다. 초광역 교통망으로 경남의 생활권은 더 넓게 펼쳐집니다. 누구도 소외되지 않도록, 누구도 꿈을 잃지 않도록 모든 순간을 따뜻한 손길로 보살피며 함께 걸어가는 세상. 복지, 동행, 희망으로 경남의 내일을 채워갑니다. 청년의 가능성을 믿고 그 열정이 현실이 되는 곳. 오늘의 도전으로 내일을 그려나갑니다. 경남은 청년이 배우고 성장할 수 있는 길을 넓혀갑니다. 지구를 넘어 무한한 가능성 속으로 경남의 또 다른 도약이 시작됩니다. 항공기 연구개발과 첨단 제조 인프라를 바탕으로 경남은 대한민국 우주항공 산업의 심장이 되어 우주 시대를 향해 힘차게 나아갑니다. 자연과 문화, 사람과 기술, 미래와 우주. 우리의 상상들이 음표가 되고 하나의 선율이 되어 아름답게 울려 퍼집니다. 일상의 특별함을 더해 관광의 지평을 넓히고 AI 혁신을 통해 산업의 경계를 넘어섭니다. 모두 함께 행복을 누리는 따뜻한 공동체를 만들고 끝없이 펼쳐진 우주를 향해 꿈을 쏘아 올리는 것. 이 모든 것이 경남의 판타지입니다. 상상이 현실이 되고 꿈이 일상이 되는 곳. 이곳 경남에서 당신의 내일은 눈부신 가능성으로 피어납니다. 그 가능성 위에 당신과 함께 펼쳐갈 경남 판타지.
Got the invitation, you got the right address. You need some medication, the answer's always yes. A little chance encounter could be the one you've waited for. Just squeeze a bit more. Someone in the crowd could be the one you need to know. The one to finally lift you off the ground.
이곳 아름다운 거제에서 화려하게 막을 올렸습니다.
Yes, welcome to the Tour de Gyeongnam 2026, Korea's only UCA Asia Tour event. Our exciting journey began here today in beautiful Geoje.
오늘 선수들이 마주한 거제 구간은 푸른 해안도로와 역동적인 산악 코스가 공존하는 스테이지였습니다.
Today, our riders took on the challenging roads of Geoje, from beautiful coastal routes to demanding mountain climbs. These incredible riders pushed beyond their limits.
뜨거운 심장으로 돌파해낸 자랑스러운 선수들이 한계를 뛰어넘어 감동의 레이스를 펼쳤습니다. 모든 선수단 여러분께 아낌없는 찬사와 박수를 여러분 부탁드리겠습니다.
Our riders gave us an inspiring race. Please give them one more round of applause.
자, 이제 거제의 영광을 차지한 첫 번째 주인공들을 만나볼 시간입니다. 지금부터 뚜루드 경남 2026 제1 스테이지 거제 구간 시상식을 힘차게 시작하겠습니다.
Now the moment has come to meet our very first championship claim glory here in Geoje.
여러분 큰 호응 감사합니다. 뚜루드 경남 2026 시상식 사회를 맡은 SBS 스포츠의 아나운서 이재형,
박선영입니다. Good afternoon, everyone. We are 이재영 and 박선영.
그리고 우리 수아 선생님도 한번 해주시면 좋을 것 같습니다.
네, 수어통역의 이수민 선생님 소개해드립니다.
네.
And here comes the sign language interpreter, Miss 이수민.
호응이 좋아서 저희 셋이 다시 한번 인사드리겠습니다. 반갑습니다, 여러분. 네, 고맙습니다. 본격적인 시상식을 진행하기 앞서서 오늘 이 자리를 빛내주기 위해서 참석하신 내외빈 여러분을 소개해드리겠습니다. 한 분 한 분 소개해드릴 때마다 큰 박수로 여러분 환영해 주시면 감사하겠습니다.
And now we'd like to introduce our distinguished guests who have joined us today. As each guest is introduced, please welcome them with a big hand.
자, 먼저 거제시 민기식 부시장님께서 자리 빛내주셨습니다.
Please welcome 민기식 Vice Mayor of Geoje City.
경상남도 정영철 문화체육국장님 함께하셨습니다.
Please welcome 정영철 Director General of the Culture and Sports Bureau 경상남도.
거제시 체육회 김한중 회장님 함께하십니다.
Please welcome Kim Han-jung, President of the Geoje Sports Council.
거제해양관광개발공사 지영배 사장님이십니다.
And please welcome Ji Young-bae, the CEO of the Geoje Marine Tourism Development Corporation.
NH농협은행 거제시 권경화 지부장님 자리 함께 해주시면 감사하겠습니다.
네, 오시는 대로 또 소개 올리도록 하겠습니다.
자, 귀한 걸음을 해주신 내빈 여러분을 한 분 한 분 모두 소개해드리지 못한 점 널리 양해해 주시면서요, 참석해주신 모든 분들께 다시 한번 감사의 말씀을 올리겠습니다.
And please excuse us that we cannot introduce each one of your name due to time limit.
자, 그럼 지금부터 본격적으로 시상식을 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 뚜루드 경남 2026 제1 스테이지 거제 구간 우승자에 대한 시상식이 있겠습니다.
And now we will begin the award ceremony. So first of all, we will announce the winner of stage 1 in Geoje.
호명된 선수는 단상 위로 올라와 주시면 감사하겠습니다.
If your name is called, please come up to the stage.
뚜루드 경남 2026 제1 스테이지 우승자 팀 우쿄 라카니 시모네.
The winner for stage 1 is Rakani Simone from Team Yukio.
여러분의 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 축하합니다.
Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
스테이지 우승에 대한 시상은 거제시 체육회 김한중 회장님께서 시상해 주시겠습니다.
So the award will be given by Kim Han-jung, President of Geoje Sports Council.
네, 여러분 박수로 맞이하겠습니다. 제1스테이지 우승자인 라카니 시모네 선수에게는 트로피와 함께 경상남도의 홍보 캐릭터인 별이 인형이 부상으로 수여되겠습니다.
The winner in stage 1 is received a trophy and a doll of Perry, the
네.
promotional character of 경상남도.
포토타임 갖겠습니다. 더 밝게 웃어주시죠. 네, 고맙습니다. 그리고 수상 선수 단독으로 포토 타임을 하겠습니다.
We will have an exclusive photo for you.
네, 포토
Look at
타임.
the camera. Make a smile.
네, 다시 한번 뚜루드 경남 제1스테이지 거제 구간 우승자인 라카니 시모네 선수에게 큰 박수와 함성 부탁드리겠습니다.
Thank you for your hard work.
네, 지금 비추는 햇살보다 더 뜨거운 시상식이 이어지고 있습니다. 다음은 베스트 영 라이더 부문 시상이 있겠습니다.
Next award is Best Young Rider.
베스트 영 라이더는 23세 미만의 선수 중에서 개인 종합 기록이 가장 좋은 선수에게 주어지는 상입니다. 호명된 선수는 단상 위로 올라와 주시기 바랍니다.
As you well know, BYR is an award given to a rider who is under 23 years old and has displayed the best overall record. Rider whose name is called, please come up to the stage.
뚜루드 경남 2016 제1스테이지 베스트 영 라이더 팀 STG의 밀러스틱 린던.
The best young rider of stage 1 goes to Elastic Lindon from STG.
큰 박수와 함성 부탁드리겠습니다. 그리고 베스트 영 라이더에 대한 시상은 정영철 경상남도 문화체육국장님이 시상해 주시겠습니다.
The award will be given by Gyeongnam, Director General of the Culture and Sports Bureau, 경상남도.
베스트 영 라이더 밀러스틱 린던 선수에게는 화이트 저지와 트로피, 경상남도의 홍보 캐릭터인 별이 인형이 부상으로 수여가 되겠습니다. 여러분 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
The winner of the Best Young Rider is awarded a white jersey, trophy, and a doll of berry. And we will take a group photo first.
포토 타임 시간입니다. 아, 밝은 미소가 참 멋지네요. 좋습니다.
And please remain on the podium for your own photo.
다시 한번 뚜루드 경남 제1스테이지 거제 구간 베스트 영 라이더 STG의 밀러스틱 린던 선수에게 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 네, 이 열기를 계속 이어가도록 하겠습니다. 다음은 킹 오브 마운틴 부문에 대한 시상입니다.
Next is the King of Mountains Award.
킹 오브 마운틴은 산악 구간에서 가장 뛰어난 성적을 거둔 선수에게 수여되는 상으로 호명된 선수는 역시 단상 위로 올라와 주시면 감사하겠습니다.
This award goes to the top climber in the mountain sections. When your name is called, please come up to the stage.
뚜루드 경남 2016 제1스테이지 킹 오브 마운틴 팀 리닝스타의 신책 닐스 선수입니다.
The King of the Mountains of the Stage 1 goes to 신생 Nils from Kneeling Star.
더 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 시상에는 거제 해양관광개발공사 지영배 시장님이 시상해 주시겠습니다. 박수로 맞이하겠습니다.
The award will be given by Geoje, the CEO of the Geoje Marine Tourism Development Corporation.
킹 오브 마운틴 신책 닐스 선수에게는 레드폴카닷 저지와 트로피 그리고 경상남도 홍보 캐릭터인 별이 인형이 부상으로 수여되겠습니다.
The King of a Mountain winner is awarded a red polka jersey, trophy, and a doll of a berry, the promotional character of 경상남도 as a prize.
네, 포토 타임이 있습니다. 여러분의 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
We now have a group photo first. You will have your exclusive photo session.
네, 그리고 단독 포토 타임입니다. 여러분 큰 박수 부탁드릴게요. 뚜루드 경남 제1스테이지 거제 구간 킹 오브 마운틴 신책 닐스 선수였습니다. 축하드리겠습니다.
Once again, congratulations on winning.
자, 다음은 스프린트 부문 시상을 하겠습니다.
Next is the Sprint Award.
스프린트는 정해진 스프린트 구간에서 가장 좋은 성적을 기록한 선수에게 수여되는 상입니다. 호명된 선수는 단상 위로 올라오실 준비를 하시면 되겠습니다.
This award is presented to the rider with the most points in the designated sprint section. So when your name is called, please step up to the podium.
뚜루드 경남 2026 제1 스테이지 스프린트 팀 우쿄의 라카니 시모네.
The sprint winner of the stage 1 goes to Rakani Simone from Team Ukyo.
여러분 큰 박수 부탁드릴게요.
Please welcome him with one more round of applause.
스프린트 시상에는 민기식 거제시 부시장님이 해주시겠습니다.
The award will be given by Min Gi-sik, Vice Mayor of Geoje City.
네, 박수로 맞이하겠습니다. 스프린트 라카니 시모네 선수에게는 그린 저지와 트로피, 경상남도 홍보 캐릭터인 별이 인형이 부상으로 수여가 되겠습니다. 여러분 다시 한번 힘찬 박수 부탁드릴게요.
The winner of a sprint is awarded a green jersey, trophy, and a doll of a berry.
이제 포토타임 시간입니다. 조금 더 밝게 웃어주시면 좋을 것 같은데요. 네, 좋습니다.
Make a more bigger smile, please.
네, 감사합니다. 선수 단독으로 포토타임 진행을 하겠습니다. 제1스테이지 거제 구간 스프린트 수상자인 라카니 시모네 선수에게 큰 박수 부탁드릴게요. 자, 다음은 구간 누적 점수가 가장 높은 참가 선수에게 수여되는 개인 종합 부문 시상이 있겠습니다. 호명된 선수는 단상 앞으로 나올 준비를 해주시면 감사하겠습니다.
The last award will be given to a rider who has the highest overall points in the race. Rider whose name is called, please come up to the stage.
뚜루드 경남 2026 제1 스테이지 현재 개인 종합 1위 팀 우쿄의 라카니 시모네.
The stage 1 individual overall winner goes to Rakani Simone from Team Ukyo.
시상은 거제시 민기식 부시장님께서 또한 수고해 주시겠습니다.
The award is also given by Min Gi-sik, Vice Mayor of Geoje City.
뚜루드 경남 2026 제1 스테이지 개인 종합 1위 수상자 라카니 시모네 선수에게는 옐로우 저지와 트로피 그리고 별이 인형이 부상으로 수여가 되겠습니다.
Is wearing a yellow jersey right now and holding a trophy and a doll of a berry.
네, 그리고 선수 단독으로 다시 한번 포토 타임을 갖겠습니다.
And you will have a photo session exclusively.
네, 고맙습니다. 자, 다시 한번 큰 박수 부탁드릴게요. 고맙습니다.
And following this, we will have a group photo session. So, Rakani, please remain on the podium, and all the winners, please come up to the stage. And 네, 오늘의 시상자분들도 무대로 모시도록 하겠습니다.
네, 수상자와 시상자 전체 포토 타임이 있을 예정입니다. 시상자께서는 무대 옆에서 잠시 대기해 주시면 감사드리겠습니다. 자, 이제 모든 시상자와 수상자분들의 포토 타임을 갖도록 하겠는데요. 자, 이제 무대 위에 자, 올라와서 자, 밝은 표정으로 함께 도열해 계십니다.
네. 오늘의 이 구간이 첫 번째 구간이었기 때문에 아무래도 라카니 시모네 선수가 이 첫 번째 구간의 우승자이자 또 개인 종합 지금 우승을 달리고 있는 게 아닌가 싶습니다.
네. 자, 오늘 이제 거제를 시작을 해서 수요일, 목요일, 금요일, 토요일까지 대장정이 남아 있는데 정말 선수들은 물론 힘들겠지만 보는 저희들은 정말 흥미로울 것 같거든요.
맞습니다. 누구가 더 많은 포인트를 얻어가면서 제칠 수 있을지 우리 라카니 시모네 선수를 기대가 되는 것 같습니다.
네, 저 노란색 저지는 물론 선수들이 입었기 때문에 몸이 좋아서 멋있지만 저도 한번 입어보고 싶은데 오바죠 이런 건. 네, 저는 안 될 것 같아요. 그렇죠, 안 되죠. 네. 네, 그러나 아무튼 노란색 옷은 정말 부럽습니다.
자, 볼게요. 여기 보세요. 자, 하나, 둘. 자, 하나, 둘.
자, 포토 타임.
Now we will have a photo session, so please look at the camera and look at the cameraman waving his hand. This pose, please. When we cheer for something in Korea, we make this pose, shouting, fighting. Okay, on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3, fighting. Okay. 네, 자, 화이팅 선창해 주시죠.
자, 앉아 계신 여러분도 함께 해주시면 좋을 것 같아요. 자, 1, 2, 3, 파이팅! 한 번 더, 1, 2, 3, 파이팅!
네, 수고하셨습니다.
네, 수상하신 모든 여러분 진심으로 축하드리겠습니다. 자, 수상자 분들은 단상 위로 그냥 서 주시면 되겠고요. 이제 선수들로만 단독 촬영을 하겠습니다.
Okay, we will have a photo session for our winners. Only exclusive photo session for winners. Please look at the camera one more time. One last smiley face, please.
자, 포토 타임 시간을 갖겠습니다. 치즈, 김치 선택해 주세요.
네.
네, 촬영
맞습니다.
마치겠습니다. 다시 한번 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 축하드리겠습니다.
Congratulations to all of our winning winners. Please step down from the stage.
이것으로 뚜루드 경남 2016 제1스테이지 거제 구간 시상식을 마치도록 하겠습니다.
The award ceremony of Stage 1 has come to an end.
대회에 대한 뜨거운 열기를 보여주신 선수단 여러분 모두 수고 많으셨습니다.
Congratulations once again all the riders and winning riders, and thank you for your hard work.
내일 진행될 제2스테이지 통영 구간에서도 안전하고 즐거운 대회가 되길 바라겠습니다.
We wish everyone a safe and exciting race tomorrow for Stage 2 in 통영.
지금까지 진행을 맡은 SBS 스포츠의 아나운서 이재형,
박선영이었습니다.
여러분 고맙습니다.